It's match day one of the Great Lakes Women's T20 tournament here in Lugogo Cricket Oval. And four teams are participating in this tournament. And the grounds is set for the action between Victoria Strikers and Unyonyi Warriors. And we're already halfway through the innings. Very much action, much anticipated. The teams are constituting players with experience and youngsters that are fresh from the camp in Ginger, the under 19 camp in Ginger, from the Girls Schools Week tournament that happened in Gulu. My name is Arjuna Fortunate in the commentary box, but I won't be alone. I'm with Arjuna Robert to take you through the proceedings here in Gogo. Welcome, Arjuna, and good morning. So already one wicket has been, two wickets have fallen in this game already. The captain winning the toss and opting to go with the ball in hand and already picking two wickets. That means that she has gotten a say in this game already early inroads. Like I was saying, Arjuna, what do you make of this tournament? The girls coming in, hoping to go for the World Cup qualifiers, and the ladies also having a lot of action coming in later in this year. What do you make of this tournament in regards to the girls cricket and the ladies cricket?
Uh, Thank you so much, Fortunate. I think this tournament gives the chance to the youngsters to blend in with the seniors of the national team, and with that exposure, it gives them chance to improve their game. And in regards to preparations for the upcoming qualifiers, I think it's very good for the youngsters to learn from the seniors. And with these mixtures, you'll find them doing much better against their peers in the few months to come.
In so many boundaries in this own inning so far, because we had a heavy downpour throughout the night, but now we hope and we're seeing that the outfield is very slow, so you don't expect much of the boundaries, but you have to run real hard in between the wickets. But so far the scoring hasn't been so good. It's only that they have dealt in maybe a couple of two runs and singles. We only saw one boundary of Esther Iloku, which didn't last who didn't last so long. Now everything is in the bowler side.
Uh, I think with this tournament going on, I think the youngsters will ascertain good experience from the seniors with the guide like Victoria's Strikers, uh, Bunyonyi Warriors, uh, winning the toss and electing to bowl. We've seen the likes of Malmekia Patricia opening the bowling, picking up a couple of wickets, and the big wicket of Janet Imbabazi, uh, as well as we are looking at the juniors like Naula in the bowling change, the first bowling change replacing Patricia Malmekia bowling from the shell end. I think with the guidance of the seniors, uh, this is a very good platform for the youngsters to grow into the game.
Very well said. And over to end with a dot ball. Very well ball there from Naula, coming from the Girls Schools Week tournament in Gulu, playing for Masaka SS that made it to the semi-finals. Now it will be another bowling change, bowling from the road end.
Nakisui, a senior player, has been around for a while now. Uh, she'll be coming in with the off spinners against the experience of Stefan Nampina. The two know each other well from way back, having played together in the Ginger SS schools team, up to now playing together in the senior team of the Victoria Pearls.
That is in the gap, and that is a welcoming boundary for Stefan. Much deserved boundary there. Only one knee and playing it in the gap. Welcoming boundary. 4 to the total.
Fortunately, I think that's a very good ploy from Stefan Nampina. An off spinner bowling from right arm round the wicket. The batsman is always bound to sweep the ball.
Getting off the marking style there. With 2 fielders on the onside. The deep square leg and the deep mid wickets. Because of that sweep shot forced a field change. Like you said, the two batters, the two players know themselves so well. Stefan have been given a challenge to play at the top for the Victoria Pearls in the Easter Women's T20 Cup in Entebbe. She did so well, started off not so good, but in the later games, she was really, really in the good touch, and now she's looking to continue in that good form. Already 4 to her total, but the extras won't be so important for the strikers at the moment. That's really clever from Stefan, just nagging it down the leg and taking 1 run. I tell you, Arjuna, if you get such important runs, a boundary to start the over, now rotation of strike with a weight in it, it gives you some confidence. And they will look at building a partnership at the moment, given that they've lost 2 crucial wickets.
Tap and go. They're rotating the strike pretty well. I think that's the main thing they have to do. Picking up a boundary off the first ball, a couple of wides and 2 singles. Risk-free cricket there from the girls.
Oh, quick run. Direct hit does the miracle there. Goes for the bull's eye, direct to the field and tries to take on her arm. And the throw was really perfect. The second wicket falls for only 25 runs on board.
Fortunate, those are 3 wickets down now. Victoria Strikers in big trouble now, losing their top 3 batters already. But that was a very, very brilliant piece of fielding. The ball was hit direct to the fielder, and they throw straight to the stump, bull's eye.
I tell you, Robert, that was greedy from the 2 batters, especially Shaila Hope Mbaizi, who was going to the danger end. The ball was direct to the fielder and trying to steal that 1 run. And in the end, it marked her demise. You can see the disappointment in her. And now the new batter comes in. What does she have to do at the moment? You know, most of these youngsters, they are used to playing with their age mates, but now with the senior players in the side, and such a tournament is a high anticipated tournament where you have to stand up as a youngster, so you have to seize the moment. But the new batter comes in when only 5.5 overs have been bowled, with the last ball to play. What do you do when you come in? When the ball is only left with 1 ball, and you haven't gotten your eye in. As a bowler, you will love to bowl that 1 perfect ball. The new batter, Ruth, on strike already. Very well played there, pushing on the offside up to the task. And an over ends with a dot ball. A good over, a wicket in it, but more so 7 runs picked in that over.
That's the end of the power play. And the score stands at 25 for 3. We shall see another bowling change from the shell end. Asmin Akrut, new into the Victoria Pulse team, having to raise up her hand in this tournament. She'll be bowling to the experienced Stefan Nampina and Ruth Mwanga. Ruth Mwanga having played for Gayaza High School in the previous just concluded girls schools cricket week.
Starts off with a good delivery there. I tell you, Asmina Krut was part of that team, the A-side, the Victoria Pulse A-side that played in the Easter Women's T20 Cup in Entebbe, and she was really handy with the ball. Decent lanes there, pulling stump to stump. And that has been her go-to tool all the way. When she comes into bowl, she has looked to bowl straight, not decent pace. She just makes sure that she attacks the stumps. Beautiful run there. A misfield allows them to rotate the strike, and it will be Ruth Mwanga on strike.
One thing that we can notice about Asmina Krut is her accuracy. She always keeps the stumps in play. So that will be the big feature for her. And fortunately, I think this is a time for Victoria strikers to build up. Ruth Mwanga, a junior, Stefan Nampina has to really guide her through into her inning if they are to build up to a very substantial total.
Yeah, very well said, Arjuna there. I would love to see Ruth Mwanga just doing the rotational strike, not facing so many balls, letting the experienced Stefan Nampina to play most of the balls. But so far she has looked so well. The first ball blocked it, and now going off the mark. It's a good start, but a good over in the making already. Good stroke there on the onside, picking that gap on the long on, and that will be another single. 3 in that over. 27 for 3 is the score. I tell you, Robert, I was in Gulu with the girls school, most of the girls schools that participated in the girls schools week tournament. I saw Ruth Mwanga playing for Gayaza, the top scorer for Gayaza High School. Scored a big 50 against Kasese. So her efforts were rewarded by joining the girls in Jinja. Now here she is, trying to continue with her good performances. A good start of the over. Stefan Nampina gets off strike. She has always picked that gap on the onside. All her 5 runs that we've seen so far have been on that region.
Just like I said earlier, an off spinner bowling from right arm round the wicket. the batsman, a very good batsman, is always bound to sweep the ball, trying to utilize the leg side field. Ruth Mwanga dubs one down the third man to pick up a single.
Open blade from her there. We saw the other run out for Hope. Stefan played it with a closed bat, but Ruth now going with a faint edge, opening up, gets her another run. Lighted up in the air, hit so well. The chase is in the deep there. Only two they will get, and they get the 2 runs.
Good running there in the middle. I think that's all they have to do. Not much risk. Rotate the strike, build up a good partnership, and then go from there.
I tell you, Robert, most times we've seen off spinners try to bowl from the round side, is that they try to cut off that turn, play with the stumps. I don't know whether the wicket is offering so much turn to see Stefan try or turn there on the surface. Like I was saying, I don't know whether there is much turn on the surface there to try to see Immaculate bowling from the round. I don't know what she's really trying to do, because we've seen her being swept so many times. Talk about that, Arjuna.
Nakisui, a very cunning bowler, trying to toss one up to Ruth Mwanga to entice the big shot. But Mwanga, equal to the task, keeping it out, knows the importance of building a partnership with our senior, Stefan Nampina. But after 8 overs, the score stands at 33 for 3. Asmin will continue bowling from the shell end. She bowled her first over, conceded only 3.
Soft touch there, deft touch, should pick up only 1 run. Clever batting there from Stefan, but every time she has gotten off the mark on the first ball, it brings concern to me, given that she's leaving 5 balls to the youngster. However much they need the singles, she needs to control the innings.
Fortunately, I think Ruth Mwanga is a very capable batter. So I think the more balls she faces, she will grow in her confidence. And I don't mind Stefan rotating the strike with Mwanga, trusting her. Yes, we can stick around here. If we can rotate strike, you stay around. Big shots will come, the boundaries will come. Just like that, Ruth Mwanga plays one straight to the screen. And brilliant running in between the wickets from Stefan Nampina. Good call. They pick up 2 runs.
Talking of a good batter she is, she shows you how good she is straight away. Not an easy shot to play there, I tell you. But she'll get the 2 runs. Another late touch there. Dropping it for 1 run. Too easy, it seems, for them at the moment. The current run rate being at 4.24. Get a sense that IT is in contention for them. But given the way how the things unfolded in the first 2 overs, the power play losing 3 wickets. Now it's the time where they need to build a partnership, control these middle overs. And so far they are looking so well. Stefan already at 12 from 18. Make that 13 from 18.
Keeps out the last ball, Ruth Mwanga. And 38 for 3 after 9 overs. We welcome everyone to this Great Lakes Women's T20 tournament happening at Lugogo Cricket Oval, Kampala, Uganda. 4 teams in the tournament, looking out for one champion. And this is the first encounter. Victoria Strikers playing against Bunyonyi Warriors. Bunyonyi Warriors winning the toss, electing to bowl against the Victoria Strikers. Another bowling change from the Kampala Road end. Richam Samali, the captain, brings herself into the attack.
Stop that. Played it so late. And just running it down to third man. Picking up that 1 run. Like Hamoto has been past ball, she's getting 1 run and she continues to get the 1 run.
Yes, fortunate. Stephen Nampina, Ritam Samali, Nakisui, Immaculate, they're all part of that Ginger SS team that really dominated girls cricket. So, and they have played together in the Victoria Pulse for a long time now. They know each other, they understand each other's game, so every time they come against each other, you look at someone, any of them trying to dominate the other.
So at the moment, Stefan has no interest of giving her wicket to Rita. A bold shot there along the ground, getting another 1 run. I was about to say that Ruth is playing Leslie on that first ball she played for Rita, but this next ball she played so well with confidence, stepping forward and hitting it on the up. She adjusted within no instant.
Stephen chases after a wide one. We normally call that a tempter from the bowler. Toss one outside off stump. You never know. The keeper is always in business.
I knew you had to talk about the keeping part, where you're most capable and where your domain is. Most times you get faint edges to the keeper, but a very bold shot there on the onside, on drive. We don't see so many of those on drives in this level of cricket, but the experienced Stefan plays it so well. We've seen 2 of those shots already from her. Most batters don't normally open up that front leg to play on the onside.
Up in the air, creates a chance, but falls in the vacant region at mid-wicket. It will be a single to end the 10th over. And at the halfway mark, the score stands at 42 for 3 for the Victoria Strikers.
I tell you, Robert, and everyone viewing this game from wherever you are, it is a busy week for Cricket Uganda. Women are having their games here in Lugogo. The under-19 balls, alongside the emerging 11, will also be in action in Entebbe, whereas the main senior team is overseas in India, playing against the Mumbai Cricket Academy. So much action is happening. A new bowler, that is Immaculate Nandera, who lost the finals against latest S4 Ulira High School. She now comes in to bowl the 11th over. In the schools week, we saw her bowl the left arm medium pace. But now, when she has been at the national side, and in the national side, she has always gone for that left arm orthodox. Bowling to Ruth.
Straight up, first ball. Ruth lofts it for 6 over mid wicket. Big shot indeed.
You never dare the long levers there. Ruth Etolet just tossing it up in the air, opening the front foot and extending her arms through the shot. Good bat swing there from Ruth Mwanja. Picking up the first maximum of this inning. A welcoming boundary. And again, knows the risks of those good deliveries. She has looked to respect all the good deliveries.
She picks up one down the ground to long off. Ruth Mwanga is a very clever batter. Nandera tossed up one, the first ball, and Ruth hit it for 6. And then Nandera bowls flatter. Very good comeback from her.
Tell you, good adjustment there from Immaculate. You learn the hard way, they always say. She went for a maximum on the first over rather than the first ball of the over. Then adjusted her lane, bowled decently, hit over her head. And that's another single. Spinners haven't been so effective. We saw Immaculate Natsui and Immaculate Nandera. All of them have been so easily played by the batters, especially Immaculate, rather Stefan Nampina.
Productive over from the Victoria Strikers and takes them to 51 after 11 overs. They picked 8 runs from that over. But it's a very good comeback from Immaculate Nandera, having conceded a 6 off the first ball.
That's the beauty of cricket. You learn the hard way, but most importantly, you don't have time to adjust. When you make a mistake, you have to straight away adjust. And she was really old, clever folks. But a new bowler, Rita Msamali, bowling her second from the Ginger Road end, went for 4 in the first.
Ruth punches one to cover point for a dot ball.
Tell you, Robert, she has good arms there, looking in your frame. And the late adjustment she made on that ball, she comes forward and realizes that it's above her pads and makes the late adjustment.
Next one through, and they pick up a single down the third man region. As I told you earlier, Rita shapes the ball away, and the keeper is always in business. That was one of them.
So what would you prefer? Would you prefer a slip fielder for Ruth when she comes on strike?
I think the T20 game being fast-paced, at this point in time, 12 overs in, I don't think there is much need of a slip.
But you would prefer to pick a wicket in any way that it comes. Maybe you risk one field and bring in a fielder at slip if you want to get the breakthrough, because that's hit hard and straight to the fielder. A deep mid wickets, And it will be Stefan departing off her strong shot there, the slog sweep. But the field are doing a great job.
Just as I told you, these two girls know each other pretty well. They've played together from age group cricket. Ritam Samali and Stefan Nampina. This time Stefan trying to dominate, but ends up losing her wicket. But very good bowling from Ritam Samali. Bowling straight.
Another good take there from the deep fielder. Hasfa making a little bit of running, but going behind the ball and completing it to take the fourth wicket. 52 runs on board, and it will be another batter to come in for the strikers. And it is Naomi who has already made her debut with a Victoria Pulse. Now comes in at number 6.
Now look at that replay. Straight ball, Stefan Nampina heaves across, gets connection but not good enough.
I tell you, she has really bowled those tempting lines. Most times we have seen the ball beating the outside edge there. We saw that with Ruth on strike. We've seen it with the new batter Jane, and we saw it with Stefan. Missed one, and then later on she went for a big shot. Good over in the making already. And the dot ball, very good delivery there from Rita to finish up the over with only one run, but most importantly a wicket in it. And after 12, 52 for the loss of 4.
It's the Great Lakes Women's T20 tournament happening at Lugogo Cricket Oval, Kampala, Uganda. Cricket Uganda as the overseeing body organizing this tournament.
On the onside, rather offside, pick up the sweeper. 1 run, gets off gets off strike. She has faced 16 runs. I tell you, she has settled into the game, looking at the way how she has played and applied herself. And now it is Naomi Jane Amongin who is yet to get off the mark. Hanifa bowling it in the right areas there, asking the batter to come on the front foot. A brilliant sweep shot there. 2 is the call, and they are taking the 2 runs. A fluffy fielding there from Nyangoma at short fine leg, trying to pick up the ball with one hand. But a good way to get off the mark.
I tell you, there is a bit of patches off the surface. The spinners might not prove very effective, but as the tournament goes on, I think they will be in play.
Just talking about the patches on the surface, the wicket is freshly made. We saw the preparations that have been made to get this wicket in play. It was first dug up And now they did a lot of work to prepare it for this tournament. Kudos to the ground staff to make sure that this tournament is happening in this, rather on this ground, and the conditions are very good. The outfield is looking so beautiful, but the wicket itself is looking a little bit good to bat on. We shall see later in the afternoon, but a really good over, 4 runs from it, and completing the 13th with only 4 runs, but 56 on board for the loss of 4 wickets.
We shall see a bowling change from the Ginger Road side. Tahia will be bowling her left arm seamers. Tahia, a dominant player for Ginger SS Schools team. Kudos to the coach, the development coach over there in Habib Mugalula. He has really produced a number of stars for Uganda before, and Tahia is one of them.
Don't forget about the Ritam Samalis, the likes of Immaculate Nachisui, the likes of Stefan Nampina, the ones that we are talking about, they all went through his hands. Oh, across the line, trying to flick it on the onside, getting that edge. That's the challenge we see with the youngsters. Most times the ball that is drifting towards their pads, they normally try to go with a closed bat. But good enough, she gets that 1 run. A good start for the bowler. Beautiful shot, really beautiful. But won't pick up the boundary. But I tell you, played so well on the up.
Ruth Mwanga has really grown in confidence in her innings. Started off slowly, but now she's getting a good touch, good contact on the ball.
Tell you, she has really looked so good playing the pitched up deliveries. But the ones that have been drawn backwards a little bit have perturbed her in some way or the other.
Another lofted drive, but straight to the field at long on. Naomi Amongen, mostly known for her bowling, though a decent all-rounder, she can definitely hold the bat.
Yeah, 2023 she was the player of series for the ladies 50 over tournament. So like you said, she's handy with the bat as well, but she's profoundingly known for her bowling prowess. But now she comes in at 6, where she's needed more with the bat. Too full on this occasion, trying to go under the ball there, not connecting it. A very big gap on the offside. Covers in play, but the deep extra covers. So I think she's looking at that gap to penetrate through.
Straight shot down the ground, but straight to the mid-off. That's a dot ball, but fortunate looking at left arm seamer bowling from left arm over the wicket, left arm round the wicket. We know most of the time we've seen the likes of Mitchell Stark from Australia. They always try to keep full ball and straight to mid-off. Ritam Samali completes the catch.
She has always looked at playing that ball in that region. We saw the previous ball hit along the ground to Ritam Samali. Now this one tries to go over because the previous shot was hit hard, but straight to the fielder. She thinks that maybe if I go over, I stand a chance of picking up that boundary. She will depart for only 17. Look at that replay. Pitched up in the slot, tries to go over. Not the good elevation that she would have loved, but she departs, and 5th wicket falls. Only 59 runs on board, and finishing up the over with a wicket. What a good over this has been. 3 runs off it.
As Ruth Mwanga walks out, another all-rounder walks in to join Naomi Amongi in Sarah Walaza. Also known for her bowling prowess, but also very capable with a bat. These two will look to create some sort of partnership, because 6 overs to go, those are 36 balls. They can still knock around balls so that they can build into the partnership and grow their confidence earlier on in the tournament.
I tell you, Robert, bringing you back to that point, you are trying to make of Mitchell Stark bowling from left arm over to bowl with that angle around, rather across the right-hander. But I think Tahir was trying to keep the wickets in play, bowl from round the wickets and always play with the stumps. Not bowling with the young across the right-hander. The new bowler, Hasfa, continuing from the shell end. She came in and bowled decently, controlled the innings. She didn't give out many runs. One thing that I've loved about the bowling is how well they have controlled the boundary options. And there she goes, trying to pick that boundary, trying to get the boundary. So desperate of getting runs. Attempted to play across the lane, and she will have to depart.
You miss a hit stuff here. Just as I told you, this wicket has got some bit of patches in it. Hanifa hits the top of off stump to get Naomi Amongin depart.
All smiles for the players in there. They know that if they are into the tailenders, since that maybe if they restrict the strikers to something less than 70 runs, they would have really done a great job. But everything is going their way at the moment. 6 wickets already, with only 4 wickets left, where they haven't allowed the partnership to grow. A new batter comes in, and number 7, and it is Lalam coming in, rather number 8 coming in. Lalam making her guard, taking her guard on the leg stump. The spinner bowling off spin, leaving so much gap for the ball to turn back into her.
Keeps that out. This is a very good over for the strikers, having picked up a wicket and conceded only 1 run so far. Goes big, but can only manage to pick up a single. Patricia Malmekia does the cleanup at long on, sorry. But we can, as you can look there, the umpires standing in today, Sharon Athola, the senior female umpire in Uganda, recently having made her success into the African Development Panel of umpiring. That's a very good positive. And standing along her is Matthias Kamukama, another seasoned umpire.
Coming back to Sharon, the umpire, she has always held the spirit of the game. One thing that I know about her is that you'll never walk in the middle there to play when you don't have a ball guard. She always has to make sure that the safety of the players is always in check. And that's a very good sign. You don't want injuries. 2 runs. 2 runs to finish up the over. A very good over with a wicket in it. 62 for 6.
We shall see Tahia Nansuna continuing from the Ginger Road end. Just as we were talking earlier on, a left-arm seamer bowling from left-arm round the wicket. The main intention is always to keep the wickets in play. And when you look at Tahia, she's always trying to bowl as full as possible. Just like that, but that time it's a full toss. It's a missed time, and they managed to pick up a 1 at mid-wicket.
She has done so well so far. Picked 3, went for 3 and picked 1 wicket. So again, continuing from the left arm round the wickets for Sarah Walaza. One surprise quick ball won't. But this time round, hit on the up, on the onside. 1 run for Walaza. She's a tall batter, so anything pitched up can be easily picked up by Sarah, and Tahia has to know that really quickly.
Ooh, that was close. It was a swing and miss across the line. A left arm seamer bowling full and from left arm over around the wicket. The intention is you missed the ball, I hit the stumps.
Oh, they will take that one run. This time round on the offside. Again, it was a little bit full, but she angled that away and got that 1 run. I tell you, she's doing so well. Her lines have really been so good. She has played with precision. We haven't seen so much width given to the batters. Again, even on this occasion, not the width that the batters would love, but they will pick up 2 runs. Quick running between the wickets. She even had to leave her bat and run without the bat. Funny to watch at the moment.
That's the entertainment that comes with cricket.
What would have happened if she was in need of sliding the bat or maybe putting in a dive?
Probably she trusts her feet to move faster.
Yeah, she's really long and she would gulp through the wicket. Maybe for 3 or 6 gulps.
Very well played to the offside to pick up a single. I think as a batter, this is what you have to do. When the bowler is bowling straight and full at you, you have to keep playing as straight as possible as well. The moment you go across the lane, you're most bound to get bowled out. So Lalama and Sarah are really doing well. At the moment, Lalama 3 of 5 and Sarah 6 of 5. Very positive running in between the wickets. Anifa will continue bowling from the shell end into her third over, having picked up a wicket and conceded only 7 runs in the 2 overs.
Sarah Wallace on strike at the moment, with 3 fielders on the onside. The long on, deep mid wickets and deep square leg, and even a short fine leg there to make sure that if it's snagged around the pad, she stops that in play. Very good start of the over. A dot ball straight to the stumps, not giving Sarah room to go on the onside.
Back foot punch, but they can only get a dot ball. Across the lane, but can only manage an inside edge. And they pick up a single at fine leg.
The High Performance Cup 50 over is getting underway in Entebbe, already featuring Uganda under 19 boys, Rwanda under 19 boys, and the Uganda emerging. The tournament is part of the preparation for the ICC Men's under 19 World Cup qualifier African Division 2, having the under 19 boys lost their spot in the Division 1 last year in Nigeria. Now they will have to make amends and play in the Division 2 if they are to qualify for the another World Cup. Like I said, so much action is happening. The senior team, men's team, won against the Mumbai Cricket Academy. 4 ODI games on trot, clean washed them, and now they are going into a phase of T20 where they are to play 4 T20 games. But a good offer it has been for Hanifa, only going for 1 run and finishing up the 17th over. The score reads 69 for the loss of 6. And starts with a decent delivery there. Lengthy ball. She's a really good left-arm seamer. I tell you, a promising one.
Looking at that first delivery, I think run-up was a bit off. I don't know if this is a trend for the girls, for girls cricket, but from the 2 left-arm seamers we've seen today, they've all bowled from left arm round the wicket. And it so happens that they're doing pretty well, trying to keep
going a little bit wide on this occasion, making sure that she keeps the batsman thinking, rather the batter thinking. Lalam Janet has played 4 balls and missed all of them. Ngoma doing decently. Oh, going straight at this time And a little bat on that and ending on the pad. I think she's having a good outing, despite not picking a wicket so far, but she has really bowled so well.
Lovely fielding from the captain, Ritam Samali, there at mid-off. And that will make it a maiden over from Nyangoma Mariam. 18 overs and the score stands at 70 for 6. I think at this moment, looking at Sarah Walaza, a more experienced player, should be holding most of the streak to try and maximize the 12 remaining balls to make sure that her team gets to around 90 run mark. I think earlier in the tournament that would be an interesting total to bowl at.
Very well said, Arjuna. And with the change in bowling, they are bringing in Immaculate Natsui to bowl from the shell end. The off spinner bowling to the right hander. It will be a very good combination. If you love to take on any bowler as a right hander, the off spinner will always be a good option. She bowled 2 overs and conceded 12. Flighted up in the air. Oh, tries to go for a drive. Look at that. It's at this moment where we are thinking maybe she will try and take on Immaculate, but going lazy on that.
Another flighted delivery and push to covers. Big heave. They will look to take on 2, and 2 it is to mid wicket. Just as I told you, an off spinner bowling to a right hander, more so bowling from right arm round the wicket. There's no square leg. They only have tries the sweep as I talk about, not having a square leg in.
On the offside this time round, trying to get the 2 runs, quick running. Oh, and they will take 2 runs. That's made better and much appreciated at the moment. Lalam should know that it should be Sarah to face most of the balls, given that she has faced 14 and only scored 4 runs. So if you get she won't live to see another day. Another batter baits the dust at the moment. The 6th wicket falls. A very big turn off the surface. Going on the back foot on that occasion and playing with the stumps.
Look at that. Straight ball of spinner bowling from round the wicket, trying to keep the stumps in play. Sarah Alaza tries to flick that to mid wicket, but ends up missing. All ends up. And Victoria Strikers loses their 7th wicket in Sarah Alaza.
We were talking about the off spinner bowling from round the wickets and keep the stumps in play. In this occasion, it pays the dividends, playing with the stumps and making sure that she cramps the batter for room. She succumbs to her good bowling. The penultimate over, done and dusted. 4 runs for Nut with a wicket, most importantly. And it will be Nyangoma to bowl the last over of the inning.
Swing and miss. This is what Lalama has been doing. She swings across the line and misses the ball.
Yeah, and if you're to watch closely the way how she has played, she has looked to open up the front foot, not to step in the lane of the ball, and this time round hit up top edge, and the bowler does everything for herself. Picks a much needed delivery, rather wicket, after picking up a maiden in her first over, and now continuing with a decent spell and bowling a good delivery there. Straighter, trying to go on the offside and getting a wicket. Much deserved there for Nyangoma.
Look at that, clearing her front foot, stepping away, trying to hit to the onside, but can only manage a top edge. And the bowler does the cleanup. Lalama heads out as Kevin Amuge comes in to face the last 4 balls. Any runs they get off these 4 balls will be really appreciated for the Victoria Strikers.
With 2 more wickets left and 4 balls to play, I would love if to see Kevin going after the ball. This time round, chance of a run out. Direct throw will do, but the keeper collects and completes the run out. Another wicket falls. Appear will continue to the dugout without troubling the scorers. Another beautiful piece of delivery there, and good team wicket there. A good throw from the cover fielder. But doing the rest of the work. The 9th wicket falls for 74 runs. And the last man standing in the dugout to come into play.
Look at that. Brilliant piece of fielding. Direct to the keeper's gloves. And all Esther had to do was wipe off the bails to give them their 9th wicket.
Good work by the production team there. Making sure that they bring you all the action. Very collective teamwork here. The replays, the graphics. Good work there. Kudos to the production team. Acheng, the new batter, with only 3 balls being bowled in the last over. Nyangoma really doing decently. Is yet to leak any run. Taking her guard. Acheng on the leg stump. Nyangoma bowling from round. Little shuffle. Played so well with confidence. I love the idea there. Not so many batters have done that. We saw most of them standing still on their ground. But when you do shuffle a little bit, you give doubt to the batter, rather the bowler. Most times the bowlers around as the batter, you give them the second thought. This time round, the only run that she has given away, Nyangoma. 2 more balls to play. Hit hard along the ground. Good pick up. The direct hit will do some magic, but home safe and dry. Running in between there. She was really sure of the run. After hitting the ball, she took away straight away. It means here. Really good delivery to finish up the over. A very good bowling display here for the Warriors, having won the toss and opted to bowl first. Nyangoma has really finished up the innings so well, going for only 2 runs in her 2 overs. But most importantly, they have restricted the strikers to only 76 runs and picked 9 wickets. The first innings of the Great Lakes Women's T20, we have seen only 76 runs scored. And that means the Warriors will need to come and chase 77 runs in the 20 overs. But a very good comeback by the batters, given that they lost 2 wickets in the power play. Stefan did so well alongside Ruth Mwanja, who made sure that they at least give up a partnership. But it has really been a good team effort for the Warriors. They have bowled so well. And now the task is how good do they come and chase this score. It may seem to be not a very big score, a mammoth total that they will be looking at. But we've seen the wicket, how it behaved. Some patch, the spinners weren't helped so much. So it will be about how well they apply themselves to come and chase down these 76 runs.
Fortunately, we all know the low scores are the most tricky ones to chase. So expect a very good run chase here. Very entertaining one. But this is a very good exposure point for the girls, especially the ones in the under 19 setup, having completed their camp in Ginger a week ago. So this is a very good platform for them execute what they have been going through in the camp with their coaches, and of course learn a few more tricks from the senior players from the Victoria Pearls team. But shout out to Cricket Uganda, the main sponsors of this tournament, alongside Dafabet. It's all happening here at Lugogo Cricket Oval in Kampala, Uganda.
Like you said, the low scores are always the hard scores to chase. But they always say that the runs on board are runs on board. So they always give you calculation in mind. If you don't get the required run rate, you keep doubting in your mind. You keep having those second thoughts, second guessing of what are you going to do in the next over. So it always has that mental impact on you. You keep looking at the scoreboard. Am I at par with the required run rate? But we will be back with the second innings, where the Warriors will be looking at chasing 77 in 20 overs. the batters have already taken their positions. The fielders already in play, and the new bowler, Amuge, to open, starts off with a lengthy ball, played so well there. Kevin Amuge, well known for her express pace, and now starting off with a lengthy delivery. Esther Iloku, the new batter, facing off the first ball. Again, really hard lanes there to play for Esther, and the umpire, Matthias Kamukama, already in his position. 2 dot balls start this inning. The run chase that requires 77 runs. The Warriors are already underway. But my name is Fortunate Arjuna once again, and in the commentary box I'm with Robert Arjuna. Welcome back, Robert. And what do you make of this run chase?
Thank you so much, Fortunate. We are in for the Wanyonyi Warriors innings, having to chase down 77 runs for a win to get off the mark in this Great Lakes T20 tournament for the women. Kevin Amuge, who does open the bowling for the Victoria Pearls, very good with the new ball, predominantly with outswingers. Esther Iloku trying to hit the ball so hard, but missing out. Good piece of timing there, but straight to the fielder at covers. Dabs one down to fine leg. Picks up a single. Kevin, having seen the shape on the ball, tries to swing one off the pads, but Esther equal to the task and picks up a single. It's 1 after 1 for the Wanyonyi Warriors.
Yeah, very good start for the strikers, given that they are not defending a big score, so they need to get early inroads, pick 1 or 2 wickets that will give them a very good start. Like we say, the power play dictates the flow of the game. If they manage to control the power play, and any team from here on that controls the power play stands a much bigger chance of winning this game. Bowling change, rather, it's a new bowler bowling from the shell end, and it is Walaza starting up with a full delivery, really full there, and a little bit of poor fielding from the keeper. Leke keeper, what do you say about that?
The first basic of wicket keeping is watching the ball as closely as possible and then using your gloves. You being the only fielder on the pitch with gloves on, so you have to use your gloves all the time. Uppercut there, short and wide ball delivery. Asmin Akrut uppercuts one to the point to pick up a double.
Yeah, you really don't need to give width to the batters. Like we saw in the first innings, all the bowlers for the Warriors were really precise with the lanes. They kept bowling stump to stump or almost outside of stump, fourth to fifth stump. But every wicket that is given, it is a freebie to the batters. Another soft touch there. Playing it late and trying to beat that gap behind square. But Stefan Nampina, a seasoned point fielder, she's always steady and very quick in that position.
Soft touch there. Leads to a dot ball at the gully region.
That's the drone shot for you from our production team, bringing you the different views of this tournament. Kudos to the production team. Like the IPL, we always see the Kingfisher, but now we have the drone shot there.
Beautiful sights here at Lugogo Cricket Oval. Very brilliant fielding from Stefan Nampina, not releasing the pressure there. And it's 2 overs already. Only 4 runs have been scored.
Another drone shot of the Lugogo cricket ground where this action is happening. I see all the 9 fielders, and Kevin will continue from the Ginger Road end. Went for only 1 run. Now bowling to Esther. Good delivery there. Really good delivery. More often than not, we've seen Esther trying to go with that horizontal bat, trying to slap the ball through covers or extra covers, but she has always missed that ball. So what do you have to do? Adjust and align with the ball so well if you're to play the cut shot.
Muscles one through the gap. The running hard in between the wickets. And they pick up 3 runs there. It's just pure timing from Esther Iloku to pierce through the packed offside field.
Yeah, we have really seen her trying to play the ball in that region, but she has always been missing the ball. But this time round, picking it so well and picking the gap easily with a slow outfield. Like we said, there was a downpour in through the night, so despite the sun coming up, the outfield isn't that electric as you would love.
Touch and go, direct to mid off, and they pick up a couple after a misfield there. Not great fielding there, no backup. And the batters are really sharp in between the wickets. Esther Iloku and Asmina Krut understand each other. They all hail from the Sorority Cricket Academy. So it's very easy for them to communicate together. Another full delivery. Kevin Amuge always looking for that shape. They are way swingers.
I tell you, Robert, Asmin has really looked so well driving the ball from the up. She has really stepped towards the ball so well. and she has really looked beautiful. Soft touch, trying to drop the ball and run. But a very good over for the Warriors, picking up 5 runs in that over and 9 runs after 3 overs.
Sarah Walaza will continue bowling from the shell end. Shot on wide. Esther Loco will feel she has missed out on that. Fortunate with the sun coming out, the wicket has started gaining some pace. Good carry on the ball as well to the keeper.
So definitely it could be one of the reasons as to why the captain for the Warriors won the toss and opted to go with the ball in hand. Ritam Samali, very experienced and experienced, knowing that if she wins the toss and the conditions favor up thereafter, like we've seen, the sun is up and the wicket is tending to bring the ball clear and cleanly to the batters. It is one indication that the batting will be so good for them and easier to them, given that they will love the conditions.
I actually like this bowling tactic from the Victoria Strikers because when you look at their 2 opening bowlers, Kevin Amuge and Sarah Walaza, they've tried so much to use the new ball to bowl as full as possible to give the ball chance to swing in the air. Just like that. Full and straight. Esther Iloko manages to pick up a single at mid-wicket.
The 2 batters don't really seem to be in a rush of scoring runs. They have kept scoring runs steadily, knowing that they need to build partnerships, but most importantly, they need to keep the scoreboard ticking. This time round, played around the pad, and the chase is on in the deep. They'll get the 2 runs. It has really seemed that Sarah is trying to bowl around the pad, like we've seen in those 2 deliveries. But the 2 runs finished the over, and 3 runs picked in that, bringing the total to only 12 after 4. The run rate at 3 per over.
We shall see a bowling change from the Ginger Road end. It's Ruth Mwanga to replace Kevin Awino. Sorry about that. It's Kevin Amuge. Decent fast ball. Straight. And they managed to pick up a single.
Yeah, looking at Ruth Mwanja, she's tall and bowling from the top, so you'll expect a little bit of bounce off the surface, despite having a slow run up. This time round goes for the toy. and played so well there from Asmin Akrut. But the bye indicated by the umpire, a very good delivery. Most batters will be challenged by that delivery. Going for the toy, not so easy to put away.
I think to the batters' side, they were a bit sluggish in their running. That ball was a bit finer, and two runs should have been taken there. So I think the batters have to be more aggressive in their running. Being aggressive doesn't necessarily mean hitting the big shots and the boundaries, but your running and body language as well contributes a lot to the body language and positive mindset.
Yeah, very, very well said, Robert. Most times our coaches normally tell us take the first run quick. So if you run fast on the first run, this time round, up in the air, and the first wicket falls. Esther Iloko trying to go over the inner fielders, but the tall Sarah Wallace at long off, taking that easy catch. A much, much needed and respected wicket there for Esther. And the first wicket falling for only 14 runs.
Look at that play. Beautiful catch from the tall Sarah Walaza to dismiss Esther Iloku. We all know what Esther Iloku is capable of doing. He can hurt you. That catch was very important. I tell you, this ranches is it's going to be an interesting one. If Bunyonyi Warriors can keep, if the Victoria Strikers can keep picking up wickets, we really have a very interesting ranches on our hands here. To replace Esther Iloku is the experienced Immaculate Nachisui.
Taking her guard there on the leg stump, trying to make sure of the field placements on the onside. She's a quick runner and a big hit of the ball. Oh, that could be. The umpire says that was drifting down the leg. Normally you don't want Immaculate to settle into the game. And this is what Ruth does. Trying to bowl a straighter one. And a dot ball for her, but most importantly, 1 run in the 4 balls that she has bowled, despite that one leg by. And again, the wicket of Esther. Most times I've seen Immaculate Nachisui flicking those deliveries. So as a batter, you don't want to stray on her pad. She's very strong playing around her pad. So you have to beware of her strong sides. But again, sometimes the strong shots for some batters are their weak sides.
Lofted over, covers. They're running hard in the middle, but they can only manage to pick up 2. I tell you, in this ranches, if you are, I like the way the Victoria striker bowlers are bowling, full and straight with a new ball, so they keep the stumps in play. They have very many chances to dismiss the batters. Another full delivery, slightly outside off stump. The chest is on with a heavy outfield. couldn't manage to carry through to the boundary, and the batters pick up 3 runs.
Like we've seen on that shot, played so well and picked the gap so well. So only that it couldn't go past the boundary. It gives you a sense that you have to really run hard between the wickets for every run, because the wicket won't, rather the outfield won't aid you so much in your runs. So running between the wickets will be so much desired. But 3 runs to finish up the over. An expensive over, I might say, because we haven't seen so many of that. And 20 after 5, 4-1 is the score.
Naomi Amongin Jen will be bowling from the shell end. Like so, he can only manage to pick up a single off the left cut. Deep third man. Amongin, a very decent bowler. She looked to create an impact earlier on in her spell. Another one, chance in the air, but missed. Very, very good fielding in the outfield. Down a third man. Hope Mbeza has saved her team 2 runs there.
A really good fight there in the deep to put in that dive and throw to make sure that the team saves 2 runs. Really good piece of fielding. But again, talk about the bowling. Rather widdish delivery there. And this time round, maybe trying to correct her lane, but overcompensating, I would say, because Asmin was looking to take on Naomi on the onside, but not connecting it so well. Nonetheless, 4 runs in the first 3 balls would mean that this is a very good over for the Warriors, given that the required run rate is less than 5 runs. But that will force a field change. Long on is at the boundary. Oh, this time round, an edge over the keeper's head, and will get a boundary, much needed boundary at the moment. But a chance created, not taken there. Despite forcing a field change, you get a feeling that had they stayed with the fin leg fielder.
Look at that. One that zips through, catching the edge to fly over the keeper's head. Fortunately, as I told you earlier, the wicket is gaining some good pace after the sun coming out. Very decent pace from Amongin. And another ball that kicks on. Very, very good pace. Good pace and good bounce. The pace bowlers are always in business once the wicket quickens up a bit.
So are the batters. You'd love to play the balls that are coming up to your bat. So a dot ball to finish up the over. 8 runs from that over. And after power play, the score reads 28 for the loss of 1. Much late. That's already 10 from 7. I tell you, Robert, after the power play, the strikers had 25 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. But now The Warriors are 28 for the loss of 1 wicket. You get a feeling that they are ahead of both the runs and the wickets as well. So it's a matter of the strikers coming back to the drawing board and think of how they are going to pick the wickets. Because at the moment they don't need the dot balls, no, because they've got the dot balls, but they need to keep picking the wickets to make sure that they don't allow the batters to settle in. It will be Ruth to continue from the Ginger Road end. Full and straighter ball to start with. Pushed on the offside for a dot ball.
Victorious strikers will look to bowl as many dots as possible to create pressure. And we all know pressure brings about wickets. That's what they will need to get back into this contest. Decent full ball there. The Yorker is a ball that most of this generation bowlers haven't gone to a lot, but it's always the effective ball. Full toss, just for a run out. Direct hit, and Asmin is gone. I tell you that was needless running there. Full toss, not a very good delivery, but hit straight to the fielder at mid-off in Sarah Walaza, and she gets a direct hit to dismiss a very good batter. Look at that. Full toss, hit direct to the fielder, Sarah Walaza, and gets a bullseye. All the 3 stumps to aim at.
I tell you, she has been involved in all the 2 wickets that have fallen. The first being the one for Esther Iloku caught, and now the second one for Asmin being run out there. She has really been busy at long off. And now it's the much needed wicket that they take. They needed the breakthrough. They needed to break that partnership, because we didn't see so many partnerships in the first innings. The mammoth partnership of Ruth and Stephanie that saw the team for only 27 runs. So you get a feeling that they didn't get the partnership, so they now also don't need to give away the partnerships. The captain comes on and gets into actions. She's on strike right now. And with the most kept players for the Victoria Pauls on strike for the Warriors, that is Ritam Samali and Immaculate Nachisui. So you get a feeling that they need to pick one of these 2 batters if they are to get into the game. But they have a very big batting lineup, the the Warriors. Around the pad, on the onside, they are calling for 2. We know how good they run in between the wickets. If you're to name the fastest runners for the Victoria Pauls, arguably these 2 are the contenders. And that 1 run will mark the end of the 7th over. Most importantly, a wicket fell in that over. 30 for 2. Naomi Jane Amongin to bowl her second. We saw a very unorthodox bowling in the first rather in the strikers inning, rather in the Warriors bowling innings, where all the 10 fielders had a chance to bowl. Only the wicket-keeper didn't bowl. After the two openers bowling the first 2 overs, rather the first 4 overs, that is Malemekea and Ichmar Josephine, that bowled in tandem to 2 overs. Then there are all the other 8 fielders came in and bowled at least 1 or 2 overs therein and thereafter. But now we've seen a steady bowling here. We saw the first 2 overs, rather the first 2 bowlers bowling in tandem, that is Kevin and the tall Sarah Walaza, and now coming in Ruth to bowl in tandem with Naomi Jane Amongin. You see there is a difference in captainess. So now it is all about the effectiveness. If they come and pick a wicket, it will be much deserved. And it also gives an idea that the strikers, rather the Warriors, have so much options, so many of them, given that 10 players can bowl, and again they can bat. We've seen their batters and we know them by name, so they give you so much options to work with.
Onto the pads, but they don't manage to pick up at mid-wicket. Yeah. Showing our class. But I tell you, fortunate, if the Warriors are to get over the line, this is the partnership for them. Much like Naisui and Ritam Samali, they have to build a good partnership to get their team over the line. At least one of them should bat through. The first 3 partnership only going for 14 apiece. They have to build a really big partnership here, them being the season campaigners in the side. But after 8 overs, the score stands at 32 for 2, with the run rate at 4 and over, which is well within reach.
Yeah, very good run rate. They are at a 4 per over. If they continue at this run rate, that will make them score 80, which is far better and much required, because the required run rate at the start of the innings was at 3.8, so they are above the required run rate. So now there will be a bowling change. The captain for the Victoria Pals, and again the captain for the strikers, coming in to bowl, replacing Ruth. She didn't do so much with the bat. She was unlucky with the bat. Now coming in to bowl her cutters to the 2 seniors. And again, I love the idea that she gets the ball at this moment, where the 2 experienced batters are in there with her experience. If she picks a wicket, starts with the hard line there, forcing Ritam Samali on the back foot. And you can see straight away Ritam Samali looking at the onside, hoping she can go for a big pull shot.
Actually, that is Immaculate Nakisui on strike. Gets on the back foot and dabs one to show third man to pick up a single. This is a very good matchup. Seniors against each other. Up in the air. A bubble, but the fielder manages to pick that wicket.
Much needed wicket there. The captain taking the wicket of the captain. Ritam Samali departing there, trying to show that had I hit the ball maybe harder. She couldn't tame the ball in the middle and found a waiting field at short. Fine leg there. Again, a look at the replay. Drifting down the leg, just tried to follow on or get the ball to run it down the leg, but getting the top edge there. The fielder taking the catch on the second attempt, second rebound. And nonetheless, the third wicket falls. 3-3 for 3 is the score. And now comes in Ichmar, rather Immaculate Nandera, coming in at number 5. Another handy batter. We saw her in that Easter Women's T20 Cup playing for the emerging side, rather for the A side. And now coming in at number 5, where the strikers have made sure that the Warriors don't build partnerships. The most lucrative partnership has been for 14, the first 2, whereas the strikers' partnership was at 25, that of Stephanie and Ruth. And it will be so important that they don't allow a batter to settle in. Janet bowling her 4th. Bowling her 4th ball. Some maintenance being done on the ground where you're not seeing from here. But making sure that her fielders are in the right areas. The left-hander on strike.
Starts off with a wade to the left-hander. But Janet Mbabazi, a very experienced and seasoned campaigner, will look to make a mark on this game as captain as well. You can see trying to rush through the over, create more pressure. Looks one outside of stump, but it's called for a wide.
It's a good idea there from Janet, given that the way how Matule tried to play and that, not in a great position.
A misfield there at covers. Lets the batters run through for a couple of runs. But I'm thinking Janet has to bowl as straight as possible to the stumps to keep the batsman play and the stumps in play all the time. Just like that. It brings about a lot of chances. As we saw earlier on, picked up the wicket of Britam in Somali. And at the end of the 9th over, score stands at 37 for 3. Having the 2 immaculate batters in the middle, Immaculate Nandera and Immaculate Natsui. Natsui being the most seasoned player, and will look to guide Nandera to build a big partnership.
Nandra already has earned her cap on the national team. And now it will be a bowling change. Appeal to bowl from the shell end. Oh, a little bit short and wide. Played so hard on the offside. Picking up that boundary. Really went so fast to the boundary. Really quick on the back foot there from Immaculate Natsui. Don't test her lane. Don't test her strength there. She's good playing behind square. So you have to know that. And the youngster Pio has to learn it the hard way. A little bit down there. And that will be a couple of 2 runs. The umpire is yet to indicate. I think it's a wide or by indicated there. Immaculate shaping for a non-drive there. That could be better if she played that way. But most importantly, it is the left hand on strike, which is a very good indicator for the off-spinner bowling to the left-hander. Immaculate Nandera loves playing the slog sweep on the spinners, against the spinners. So it's about how well she positions herself into playing that shot. We've seen her succumbing to the left-handers, rather to the off-spinners. But straight away she goes with a non-drive there, and she would get the 1 run.
Hits that hard down the ground, but can only manage a single. Stefan Nampina does the cleanup at long on.
She fancies playing around the pad, but this time round playing it fine and picking up 1 run. It's the Great Lakes Women's T20 tournament that constitutes of 4 teams, and these teams have been named by the Great Lakes of the Pearl of Africa, the lakes of Mburu Blasters, the lakes of Mnyonyo Warriors, Victoria Strikers, and Kyoga Avengers. We know all these lakes are what constitutes of the Great Lakes, but most importantly, Bunyonyi being known as the deepest lake in Africa, whereas Victoria being known as the largest lake in Africa, but the second largest lake bay area in the world. Yeah, the freshwater lake, the largest freshwater lake, taking on the deepest lake in Uganda. So it's Bunyonyi up against Victoria. The captain will continue from the Ginger Road, and she did decently, picked 1 wicket of the captain. Now coming in again to bowl her second over up against Immaculate Natsui. Stands deep in the crease, picking up the sweeper. Good collection there. Quick running between the wickets. Immaculate is. And Nandera is on the non-strike. But most importantly, they pick 2 runs to start with. She played that shot so well.
Janet Imbawazi looks to be hurt by that straight shot from Matchlet Nakisui. Janet floated that one full and was hit back straight ferociously. And Janet looks to be in some bit of pain.
I tell you, Robert, for pitch tap deliveries, most times the batters are looking at hitting the side screen, and most times if they don't connect so well, it goes along the ground, and most times they hit it over the head. And now this time round, it was hit so hard back to Janet. She tried to stop that one, but landed on her hand. She's in a little bit, she's in pain, not just a little bit pain, but the physio comes in to attend to her. Coming back to the Great Lakes of Uganda, talking about Bunyonyi, well known for its 12 islands and for the MCU fans. And if you love MCU, Marvel Cinematic Universe, the Wakanda was also broadcasted from that Lake Bunyonyi. So if you also love touring around Uganda, you can come and visit our lakes, the lakes of Mburu, the lakes of Bunyonyi, the lakes of Victoria, the lakes of Lake Yoga, but most importantly, Lake Victoria is the source of the longest river in the world, that is River Nile. So more so, if you come for Lake Victoria, you stand a chance of seeing the source of the River Nile, and that is in Jinja City, where most of these players participating in this tournament come from. So the physio is done with medical attendance there, and Janet is okay, ready to bowl her third ball in the second over. Went for only 5 in the first over. He gave away 2 extras. Quick running between the wickets there. The field at mid-wicket there was a little bit nagging because they took 1 run off her. But it is Immaculate Natsui on strike, who is tending to have found her rhythm. Already 22 runs from 19 balls.
Another full and straight ball. Naksui hits that down to long on to bring up the 50 runs for Bunyonyi Warriors. Good length area. And Nandera can't put that away. Slow through the air, and another ball hit direct to the fielder at covers. 51 for 3 after 11 overs for the Bunyonyi Warriors. Bunyonyi Warriors still required 26 runs from 9 overs, with 7 more wickets in hand. Sarah Walaza will get back into the attack from the shell end. We saw her earlier get some good pace and bounce off the surface. The captain senses the moment and brings back her prime bowler, looking out to pick up the wicket of much like Naksui to get them back into the game.
Making sure that she has the right fielders in the right areas, 2 on the onside, deep mid wickets and long on, long off and deep extra covers. Played on the up there, and when you're playing such shots, you're trusting the wicket. You know that the wicket is bringing the ball so easily to you. That's what much late Natsui is doing at the moment. And now it's the left-hander on strike. They always possess a lot of confusion to the fielders, given that you have a right-hander and the left-hander, and the field changes. And we know that most of these players are youngsters. Sometimes they are found sleeping somewhere. That was quick. Went and hit the wicket-keeper's glove so hard, but it's a wide indicated by the umpire, Sharon. We only saw 11 extras in the first innings. It shows you that the bowlers did so well not to give out so many extras, but now we are seeing so much extras given already in this run chase. We saw Janet giving away 2 in her first over, and now the total of 6 extras being bowled. When you're defending a low score, you need to be so precise with the lanes.
Hit down the ground, but can only manage to pick up a single. I feel there's no much need of high-risk shots here. All they have to do is rotate the strike. Much like Naksui has to bat through so that they can they shouldn't create panic.
Hit hard along the ground. You talked about not punching, rather panicking, and I feel that you're very right, Robert, at the moment, because they need only 22 runs from 8.3 overs, 51 balls to be specific. That means the required run rate is only 2.59, and you only need to just rotate the strike and hit the ball around. No need for big shots, and it's what these two are doing. Look at that magnificent shot, but good pick up in the deep there. But they are really quick, picking up 2 runs, playing Sarah Alaza so easily. They seem to immaculate Nander and immaculate Natsui, making sure that they steady the ship at the moment.
Flick down to deep fine leg, but with the heavy outfield, it can't make it to the boundary. But the batters managed to pick up 3 runs to take this partnership to 28 runs, which happens to be the biggest partnership of the game so far. That That takes Bunyonyi Warriors to 61 for 3 after 12 overs.
Ruth Mwanga replacing the captain from the Ginger Road end. Matchlate Nachisui on 30 from 24 balls, and Bunyonyi Warriors need 16 runs in the next 8 overs. Straight and hit straight back to the bowler. A little exchange there from the two, the batter and the bowler. Given the action of the bowler trying to hunt the stumps after that caught ball. But Matchlate gave her a death stare there. Again, challenging to Immaculate Natsui. I tell you, Ruth Mwanga has really done so well. Bowled hard lanes. The first 2 overs went for 9 runs. Picked 1 wicket. A shot of anger there and put down by the captain. There was a little bit of pressure mounting there for Immaculate Natsui. We saw words being exchanged between the two, Ruth and Immaculate. And now the chance has been created, but the chance not put to use here by the captain.
That would have been a big wicket for the strikers to get back into the game. I tell you, that would have created a bit of panic, but not to be. Nakisui lives on, crossing the 30 runs mark, 31 of 27 balls. And Nandera Immaculate holding fort on the other end, 7 of 12 balls. Wide delivery there, called by the umpire. At this moment, extras are the last thing you want as a striker. Another wideish delivery, but Nandera can't maximize that.
Yeah, she has sensed the weakness of Nandera Immaculate at the moment. She's waiting for the balls that are in her zone, but the balls that are far from her look to be perturbing for her, and this time round trying to get her unaware, trying to bowl it straight, but finishing up the over with the dot ball. Only 2 runs in that over. After 13, 63 for the loss of 3.
There is a big shuffle in the bowling lineup as Amongin Naomi replaces Sarah Walaza from the shell end.
And now the strikers need to buy a wicket. They need to find a way of getting a wicket. More so, and most importantly, that of Immaculate Natsui. And where can they buy that wicket from? That's the question at hand. And who is the bowler that can bring you that wicket? And the captain thinks that maybe Jane Amungin will give us that breakthrough. Played around the pad. Strong wrists there on the onside and picking up 1 run. Really short of confidence there. You can see that Immaculate is playing with authority here despite giving away a chance in the last over. But she has really seemed to control the innings, batted with authority. And now it is Nandera on strike. Rattled the stumps. And that's the breakthrough they needed. She has been looking confused for the balls that are slightly towards her body and slightly straighter to the stumps. All along, she hasn't been confident playing those balls. And this time round, she goes for only 5 runs. And the 4th wicket falls. 64 for the loss of 4. But on a good note, it is Nandera who will depart. The strikers will, rather the Warriors would love to see Natsui more on the crease there. And it will be Ichimar to come in.
That was some beautiful piece of bowling from Amongin Janet. Full and straight, Yorker length. You miss a hit. Nandera's eyes lit up when she saw the fuller ball and heaved across the line. But her stumps were rattled. Ichuma Josephine is the batter to replace Amongin. 64 for 4 after 13.2.
Another tested batter for Olira High School. She used to open the batting for Olira. Now coming in to bat at number 6, where they only need less than 15 runs. 13 to be specific. With so many balls remaining, you only need to support Immaculate at the moment. A soft drop there, quick running, and she will get off the mark. But most importantly, it will be Immaculate on strike.
Very good awareness from Immaculate Natsui. It's a drop and run. Called the fielders napping. As you look around the field, the fielders' shoulders have dropped a bit due to that big partnership from the two Immaculate. Another full and straight, a full toss, hit down the ground, but I can only find the hands of Sarah Walaza. Immaculate Natsui has to depart. That will send shivers in the strikers camp, in the Warriors camp, sorry.
And the question all along has been, where can we buy the wicket from? And it is the full shot, that the full ball that buys the wicket there of Immaculate. She looked so comfortable. She looked so much in control until that loose delivery. I would say that it wasn't the best deliveries that you bowl to Immaculate on any day. But this time round, it pays off. Immaculate departs after scoring 32 runs. And now it will be all new batters on strike. All new batters for the Warriors at the moment. But only 12 runs required. And now the game is evenly poised. You pick 2 or 3 more wickets. Everything Now he's swinging in both directions.
If I'm from the strikers camp, I tell you, I would tell you, it doesn't matter how they come, full toss or Yorker, we shall take those wickets. But brilliant piece of bowling from Naomi Amongen. 2 wickets in this over already.
Another fine catch there from the pace bowler, Sarah Walaza. Now, Malemekia on strike. Ooh. As a bowler, I would love to see Naomi Jane Amongin trying to attack the stumps for the new batter. We know Malemekia, despite being an all-rounder, but she's more of a bowler than a batter. So get her unaware before he's into the game.
Well kept out. Malmekia must have heard you talk about attacking her stumps. And she says not today. Keeps out the last ball of the 14th over. The score stands at 65 for 5 for Bunyonyi Warriors. Still requiring 12 runs from 6 overs. Meaning the required run rate is at only 2 runs and over. This should be an easy chase. But I tell you, a couple of wickets here makes the chase really, really interesting.
Good call by the captain to bring in Kevin Amuge, an experienced bowler. If she tries and picks 1 or 2 wickets in this over, that will be gold dust for the strikers. But the Warriors will love to see each man trying to play out Kevin, because she's a strike bowler. So you wait for some other bowlers, but other option will be not to take this game to the deep. Really quick, but that's wide. The keeper did so well trying to hunt at the stumps. And those are 2 wides indicated. Imagine being brought in to pick a wicket and you start off with 2 wides. That's not a good call.
Yes, they are extras, but I like the idea of Kevin Amuge trying to bowl as full as possible towards the stumps. If she does get it right, you're guaranteed you're most probably picking up a wicket. And for the strikers to win this game, they must pick up wickets. Ooh, another shy at the stump by the keeper, but misses it. And the batters pick up a bye. But brilliant bowling here. Yorkers are not the easiest balls to execute. It takes big courage there.
Again, I love the way how the keeper has tried to apply herself in the first 2 balls. We've seen her remove off the pads, rather the glove, and trying to take a shy at the stumps. And if she had gotten straight to the stump, she would have got her team maybe a run out or 2. But everything going in the favor of the Warriors at the moment.
Muted appeal there, but the umpire calls not out. That hit the bat before hitting the pads. But I really like it. I like how Kevin Amuge is bowling straight to the stumps, keeping the stumps in play. Oh, lovely grab from the bowler there. The slower ball, very deceptive. And Josephine Ichuma pushes at it. All she can manage was to shake hands with the bowler. But that's a brilliant catch from Kevin Amuge. One-hander, never easy to take those as a bowler. More so a medium pacer.
I tell you, you don't expect that. In her follow through there, and again using the instincts and reflexes to go back on the right. The follow through was to the left, and again completing a beautiful take there. Good reflexes there from Kevin Amuge to pick up her first of the day. And now 6 wickets down. And the new batter, Naula Hasfa, coming in at number 8 for the Warriors. Player for Masaka SS in the Girls Schools Week that happened in Gulu. They made it all through to the semi-finals, but they couldn't go past that level. Now she comes in, Kevin to bowl, her 5th ball. Up to the task, presents the full face of the bat. She's a confident batter, plays with responsibility. Now she is required to only contribute 9 runs if she's to see her team past the finishing line.
Bullseye. Another Yorker. And it's a 2-wicket over from Kevin Amuge. The Strikers captain must be elated. Look at that. Full and straight. You missed that. I hit your stumps. Kevin Amuge. Very lovely piece of bowling. Look at that. Looks like an off-cutter. Look at her fingers, but very full and straight. Manages to pick up the 7th wicket. I tell you, they are the low totals that are the hardest to chase. This game is right in the balance.
I tell you, Robert, most times you don't allow the low totals to go to the last overs. Most times you love to finish the job within no time, come after the score. But if you always allow the score to go into the last overs, you find yourselves playing under pressure, you find yourselves playing with tension, you find yourselves in the panic, and it is what is happening at the moment, playing under pressure cook at the moment. 3 more wickets for the Strikers, but 9 more runs for the Warriors. And only it's a matter of time to see who controls the nerves more to pick up the first victory of this Great Lakes T20 tournament.
There's no need of running anywhere there from the batter. Gets out without facing a ball.
Where was she going? That's the question. Where was she going? Straight to the fielder, collecting it with one hand and throwing with the underarm. good awareness there. Most fielders will go to maybe hunt at the stumps, but she only throws it underarm, and easy pickings there by Sarah Walaza. Another wicket, and now making the number of wickets to 8, and 68 for the loss of 8 is the score. New batter up in the air, but within no man's reach. And that is a good indication for the strikers at the moment. It is the new batter on strike. You love to keep Malemekia off strike.
Striking at consecutive intervals here. Full and straight. Big shout. But not out, says the umpire.
Very clever. Very clever from these two bowlers. We saw Kevin going for full deliveries, going for Yorkers, and it is what Sarah is looking to at the moment, attacking the stumps. Make sure that you bowl one quick through or a little edge there. The keeper is under the ball, and the keeper completes the catch. The 9th wicket falls. What a turnaround of events at the moment. The strikers are looking in control at the moment. Another batter baits the dust. Hanifa departs for 0.
Look at that full toss. A ball that you can put away any day. But Hanifa manages to get a top edge straight into the midst of the keeper. Very, very interesting scenes here at Lugogo Cricket Oval. When the victorious strikers looked totally out, shoulders dropped. It only took that one over from Naomi Amongen, where she picked 2 wickets. 2 big wickets of much like Naksui. And it got them back right into the game. Very, very interesting scenes.
Tell you now, everything is in favor of the strikers. From over number 14, wickets have been falling. Every over, 2 wickets have fallen. A total of 6 wickets in a period of just 2.4 overs. And now Sarawalas are doing so well. Only 3 runs, rather a total of 7 runs have been scored in a period of 4 overs. Nyangoma coming in and oh, it's just a mix up here. Oh no, Sarah and Amongin couldn't pick up that ball. It would have been a very good run out here, but a single to finish up the over.
The score is at 70 for 9. But very, very interesting scenes here. The Warriors have lost 6 wickets for only 8 runs in a period of 4 overs. That is a very, very big comeback from the strikers. The captain senses that they can actually finish this game in this over and brings back her premium bowler in Kevin Amuge. Good shot through the offside. Square drive. It's running to the boundary. Throw to the wrong end. And the batters managed to pick up 3 runs. It's the fielders panicking at this moment. But the umpire calls a short run, meaning they only completed 2 runs.
6 runs required. Make that 5 runs required. And you can see how desperate the batters are to finish up this game. They are really panicking. They are running hard between the wickets, but you get a feeling that there will be a call of unnecessary running here, and which they don't want at the moment. Now it is Malemekia on strike.
Malmekia is known for her big levers and big hits. This could be the time. Amuge balls one straight to the stump. Malmekia hits it down the ground, but can only manage to find her partner in the non-striker who stops the ball. She will feel very unlucky there.
She really did so well to field on behalf of the fielding team. That would have been a run that they would have loved most.
I tell you, that was going for 4. Another full and straight ball. Malmekia manages to hit it down the ground to pick up a single. The scoreboard keeps ticking. 1 run at a time. But the interesting bit is 1 wicket in hand. That makes it a very interesting game that any team is in business.
And every run is being cheered for by the players for the Warriors back in the dugout. And the wicketkeeper doing a decent job there. If we were to award fair play awards in this tournament, she would have earned her team a couple of points there, tying shoelaces for the batter Nyangoma. Cricket is a gentleman's game, and we play and we are united by the game. 4 runs required. It's only 1 boundary away. She plays with an open blade. Played straight to covers. She's playing so well, looking at the ball and stepping forward, presenting a good amount of the bat there.
Peace is showing very good signs as a capable batter, because the bowlers are trying to attack her stumps and she's equal to the task, playing with the full face of the bat. Very, very capable. Ooh. Another full delivery, but she feels she missed out.
Yeah, anything on that, even an edge would have flied over the inner fielders. There isn't any protection behind square, or the fielders are in the 30. Every fielder is in the 30.
Another full ball hit down the ground. That's running away for 4. And 4 it is. Nyangoma wins her team the match with a brilliant boundary. Straight drive down the ground to the screen.
Beautiful shot, really beautiful. Pitched up there from Kevin, but played straight and picking up boundary. Kevin rather Jane, despite putting in the effort to try and stop the ball, the chase was on for so long, but the boundary to finish the innings, and it is Peace that sees her team past the finishing line. She did decently with the ball, picked a maiden, and went for only 1 run, rather 3 runs. And now she comes in and throws the last nail in the coffin. Bunyonyi Warriors winning by 1 wicket. And the first wicket of the tournament. That would send and give them so much confidence throughout this tournament. But what an event it has been. A roller coaster of events. The game was evenly poised at some moment, but at one moment you thought that maybe the strikers had control of the game. The Warriors later on came and controlled the innings, and now this game done and dusted.
Bunyonyi Warriors seal off a 1 wicket victory, but it's the brilliance of Immaculate Nakisui, who scored a good 32 runs of 27 balls, and Peace Nyangoma hitting the winning 4. You'll take a look at those highlights, but it has been a very interesting game we've had on us today.
Sarah Lazar being clean bowled there by Immaculate Natsui. Another catch there, caught and bowled by Nyangoma. The only wicket she picked in the last overs. Then the run out there, the good throw from and good collection there by Esther Iloku as the wicket keeper. Up and straight, but couldn't go past the tall fielder Sarah Walaza, and wickets kept falling in tables. Look at that top edge that flew to the boundary for 4. So from there on, it was the Warriors that kept on top of the game, but the strikers fought so hard, continued picking wickets, but they couldn't hold their nerves. Another catch by the field of Rita Musamali there. And all was there for the taking for the captain, but she put one down, and it should have cost them so much, and they would go back on the scoring board and contemplate on the things that they didn't do so well. They gave Rita, rather Immaculate Natsui, another life and scored some more runs. But we will be back in the afternoon for the other action. Bunyonyi, rather Kyoga will be taking on, Kyoga Avengers will be taking on Mburu in the Great Lakes Women's T20 tournament here at Lugogo. Stay tuned, we will be back. On behalf of my co-commentator Robert Arjuna, I say out for now. It's the afternoon game of day one of the Great Lakes Women's T20 tournament here in the Lugogo tournament, constituting of 4 teams, and we've already seen one game done and dusted, where the Bunyonyi Warriors won by 1 wicket, and now it's a double header for the Warriors, losing the toss and being asked to come in and bat. Kyoga Avengers won the toss. The captain opted to go with the ball in hand, a decision that we saw in the morning game that gave the Warriors the victory. And now we come into the afternoon game where the Warriors now have been asked to come in and bat. We don't see any changes for the openers, and the umpires have already made their ground. And in the commentary box, my name is Arjuna Fortunate, and I'll be with Arjuna Robert to take you through the proceedings of this afternoon game. Welcome, Arjuna, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Fortunate. Elated to be with you here today, covering the Great Lakes T20 tournament for the women. It is the Kyoga Avengers taking on the Bunyonyi Warriors. And the openers in the middle, we have Esther Iloku and Asmit Akurut. It's a drop and run, first up. It's a single to the covers.
Akil Ruth, the opening bowler for the Avengers, the captain for late SS that won the Girls Schools Week tournament held in Gulu, and now coming in bowling the first over for Kyoga Avengers, starting with a lengthy delivery. Played so well by Esther. Now it's a route on strike. Shot, tries to go for a pull shot, but that will be 1 run added to the total. Leg by indicated by the umpire.
We've seen the good length area balls trouble most of the batters. Most of them are looking at playing the fuller delivery. Another good length delivery, drop and run in the covers. They managed to pick up a quick single. This is a very good attitude from the Warriors. Very good understanding between the two batters, Esther Iloku and Asmina Krut. But it's the line that is closer to the stump that's traveling most of the batters. Well driven through covers. The ball is running away to the boundary. And the first boundary of the Warriors innings from the bat of Esther Iloku.
Yeah, very welcoming boundary there for Esther Iloku. Widith was offered, and Iloku did so well to pick up the gap. A very wide gap between extra covers and covers, so it allowed her to get the runs. She didn't score so many in the first game, but now she has a lot of time to amend her low scores. A mix up in the middle. Directives will do the magic, but she's back home and dry. You don't need to see a lot of mix-ups in the middle there, but it's a dot ball in the end.
That's high-risk business there. Just as they were doing it earlier in the over, drop and running. This time the fielder was well aware and created an opportunity, but one that went begging. It's over number 2. The captain who bowled herself, Fiona Kulume from the Ginger Road end.
Fiona Klume, the captain for Kyoga Avengers, also was the captain for the Uganda Women SA in the Easter Women's T20 Cup in Entebbe earlier in April. And now she comes in to bowl the second over. Surprisingly, in that tournament, she didn't bowl a single ball. But now she comes in to bowl. Oh, played so well. Waited for it and played it late, hoping to drop it and run. But it was too straight and played straight to the fielder. A good start for Fiona.
Heaved across, manages to get a good connection on it, and the ball is running away to the boundary. That will be the second boundary of the Warriors innings off the bat of Asmin Akrut. But I tell you, Asmin Akrut is living dangerously with the new ball swinging in the air and full. If you miss that, you're getting balled out.
Yeah, most times they say fortune favors the brave. That's will be adjudged wide by the umpire Sharon, trying to bowl it away from Asmin Akrut. A very heavy packed off field here. 5 fielders on the offside. Unmeted appeal here. And the bat is departing. Oh, she gave the decision to the umpire. And the first wicket falls. Wicket number 1 for only 13 runs. A much deserved wicket here. Asmin Akrut departs for 5 from 4.
It's that away movement from Fiona Klume that gets rid of Asmin Akrut. That much experience like Kevin Awino. She won't drop so many. She did take that opportunity, and the departure of Asmin Akrut gives way to Immaculate Nakisui, a hero from the first game, where she scored a good 30 to see herself win. She would look to replicate the same in this afternoon encounter against the Choga Warriors, Choga Avengers. But the captain, Fiona Kulume, is in. Starts off with a full ball that swings through the air. And Immaculate Nakisui, equal to the task, keeps it out.
A real good one there from the captain, trying to get Immaculate Nakisui unaware there, full and straight. Again, driven hard through covers, the chase is on. This could give them 2. Melissa is quick, and the throw is to the non-strikers. 2 runs they will get. A lovely cover drive there from Immaculate Nakisui. She's not waiting for so many balls to continue scoring. She scored 32 runs from 29 balls. And now she's into her account.
Big edge on that. That flies over to third man region, and they managed to pick up a single. And with that single, ends the second over, where they did pick a wicket, but they did concede 8 runs off it, and the score stands at 16 for 1 after 2 overs for the Bunyonyi Warriors.
I tell you, Winyonyi is cruising at a very good run rate here. 8 and over. That could propel them to 180, rather 160. So I get a feeling it's a good start if they continue scoring at that rate. It will be Akello continuing from the shell end. Went for 7. And bowling to Immaculate Nandera, rather Immaculate Natsui. Driven on the up. Not quite connected there from Immaculate.
That will be wide, called by the umpire. Akela losing her lines and drifts down the leg side. Ooh, that's lovely movement through the air and off the surface. Very good outswinger from Akello.
Yeah, one thing that I've loved about Akello's bowling is how well she has hit the back of the lane there, back of the length. She hasn't looked to attack the stumps, but she has bowled lengthy bowls all along. Look at that. Oh, this will go all the way to the boundary. Gives width and room for Immaculate Natsui to swing through with that open blade. Gives her the much needed boundary. A boundary to her total. Going for lofted off drive there. Now they should think of the lanes and be precise of the lanes they hit. Much better from Ruth this time round. Length and the lane is so good.
Some bit of width there as well. That lovely save there at the boundary. But once the ball is swinging away, you can't afford to offer width to the batter, especially not to the class of Immaculate Natsui. She'll play that all day long through the cover. That's a very lovely caress.
Yeah, talk about the fielding itself. The ball was straight to the field at extra covers. The captain, she has been accustomed to giving away extras there. We saw in the first place she misfielded one and cost 1 run, and now this time round misfielded again, costing 2 runs, and that forces a field change. Deep extra covers in play.
Too wide. Akello is struggling here with her lines, offering so much width. But in the power play, you wouldn't want to send out the sweeper this early. But with those lines that Akello is hitting, the change was bound to be made from the captain herself. And it's 3 overs down, 24 for 1 is the score for the Bunyonyi Warriors. They're still cruising at 8 and over. If they can really keep up with this run rate. 160 is on. Fiona Kulume will continue bowling from the Ginger Road end. Let dab there from Esther Iloku and manages to pick up a single after a fumble in the field. Full of the length ball. Hits straight back to the bowler. Very sharp work from the bowler and an intent of aggression there. Tells the non-striker, hold your ground. Lovely change of pace there. Floats one wide outside the eye line of much like Nakisui, and she lets it go through.
I tell you, Robert, Immaculate has come with a different intent from what she had in the first game. She has come and looked aggressive, trying to attack the ball. We saw the way how she went off the mark, a flying edge that went to deep, rather third man. And now, this time round, the ball that went away from her eye line, you could see that she's waiting for the ball that is in her zone. Like that, so many wild swings she's giving in. It's about how well she controls her hittings. If she hits so well, it will be so good for the Warriors, given that they've already picked 2 points in the first game. Oh, much better there from Fiona. I love it when she is bowling outside the lane of the stumps. She's hit that Yorker line so well.
I think there should be caution to Nakisui because Yoga Avengers. It's the wide line that gets Immaculate Nakisui. Sharp fielding there from Akiteng Sara, who takes the catch at point. Look at that, short and wide, up in the air, straight to Akiteng. That was flying, I tell you. But she manages to hold on. And it's 27 for 2. Just the point that I was trying to raise about Immaculate Nakisui. The Avengers bowlers have offered so many extras. There's no need of rushing into playing so many different attacking shots. And with that, it's from the attacking shots that lead to her demise.
Yeah, she really looked to be in a hurry. She wasn't allowed to settle into the game. So straight away, that catch from Matchteng, a tall field at point. They don't give Immaculate a second chance. And it's a much needed wicket, very, very much needed. We saw the carnage she did in the first game, scoring 32. But now they picked the wicket. That will be much of a breather for the Avengers. But now Ritam Samali comes in as the captain for Warriors. Ooh, no foot movement there. Good lengthy ball. Trying to play it late and really straight hard lines to hit there. And the dot ball to finish up the over. A good over that went for only 3 runs. but most importantly, a wicket fell in it, and after 4 overs, 27 for the loss of 2 wickets.
We shall see a bowling change here and a change in tempo of the game when spin is introduced in the power play. Sarah Akiteng, a seasoned campaigner with the Victoria Pearls, very effective left-arm orthodox. She'll be up against Esther Iloku and the captain of the Warriors, Ritam Samali.
Left arm orthodox bowler with 2 fielders on the onside. That gives you an indication that she will be looking to bowl from the pad, turning away from the right-hander, or even employ the arm ball because the mid-off fielder is in the ring. So you have to really not give arms to the batter. But Ritam Samali, who fancies playing the sweep shot, is now on strike for Achitengi's bowling.
I think with the new ball skidding on, keeping wickets in play is a must for Akiteng. Just like that, though a little bit too straight. Ritam Samale and Esther Iloku, they fancy their sweep shots. So Akiteng has to be a bit more careful and should be accurate if she is to execute. Slightly short of the length on the back foot, and Ritam Samali gates one to covers to point to pick up a single.
You talked about changing the tempo of the game and introducing in the spinner. It is a really good decision made by the captain here. Try and bring in that slow bowler. But as the way things are flowing at the moment, the batters are doing so well, given that the ball is still new and skidding on. They have played themselves so well already from 4 balls. That will be a match it deserved over if a wicket doesn't fall in it for the batters. We know how Achiteng bowls and picks wickets. She was the player of the tournament in the Easter Women's T20 Cup. She picked 2 favors against Canada, against the USA, that went late on to play in the inaugural Challenge Cup, the Women's Challenge Cup in Rwanda. And they were the victors.
Look at that. It's a direct hit and it's a run out. The run out of Esther Iloku. 3rd wicket falls for the Warriors. Look at that. Esther gates one. Gates ones to cover, and a direct hit from Makelo sends Esther Iloku back to the dugout without much impact on the game.
Oh, really bad for Ilok. She departed for 7 runs in the first game, and now she goes for only 10. And we saw her play in the middle order for the Victoria Pearls in that Easter Women's T20 Cup, a role that was new to her because we were accustomed to seeing her open the bat for the Victoria Pauls. But she had a very good tournament and she had the best average in that tournament. But now she has been asked to play top of the order, open, back to her role, and everything hasn't worked so well. She hasn't scored runs, and now that isn't an issue for the Avengers. They take wickets as they come. Nyamir Divine, player for Ginger Senior Secondary School, comes in to bowl the last over of the power play. A handy left arm spinner. Bowling to the left-hander. Pardon me, doesn't play for Ginger Senior Secondary School, but plays for and is a player of Soroti Cricketing Academy. So she comes in to bowl the last over of the power play. A handy off spinner. Starts off so well. 2 dot balls in a row.
This is a very good tactic from the captain. Bring on the off spinner once the left-hander comes in. And starts off with 2 dots already. Make that 3 already. Brilliant, brilliant bowling. Good start from Nyamir.
Yeah, she hasn't given width to the new batter in much late. Flighting it up in the air, played around the pad. This time round, they may take 2. The fielding has been good. The throw is on the right side. Oh! But the home safe and dry. That was another chance. I feel that Rita Msamali was a little bit slow in her running. I don't think that she was convicted in taking the second run. And the wicketkeeper trying to tell Divine that collect the ball. Don't just wait for the ball to come to you. But corrects her lane and bowls so well. Straighter to the stumps this time round. And it's another dot ball. And a good over it has been. 2 runs from it. And a dot ball to finish up the over. 33 for the loss of 3 is the score. But what a power play it has been. At first we thought that it was a power play for the Warriors, but it later changed to being a power play for the Strikers, who picked 3 wickets. So it has been Avengers that have picked 3 wickets. So it has been evenly poised. 33 from 3, for 3, which turns out to be the highest power play in this tournament so far. The previous 2 went for 28 and 25 for Strikers and Warriors respectively. So now a new bowler who hails from Masindi comes to bowl the 7th over when the field restrictions allow for fielders at the boundary. It is a good call to bring in an inexperienced player to play when the field restrictions allow her to play with liberty.
Starts off with a loopy flighted delivery. And Rita can manage to just punch it down the ground. faint edge that runs down to third man, but picks up a single. That is Ritam Samali, the captain of the Warriors. Nisima Peace is the one bowling from the shell end.
I love the support that Kevin Awilo is giving to the captain. It's rather a guru Fiona, given that the wicketkeeper Kevin is so experienced and sees all the angles. So you can see how she's driving the fielders, trying to make the changes, trying to make sure that the fielders are in the right areas for this combination, the left-hander and right-hander. Ooh, much better there from Nisima Peace, not giving room to the left-hander.
The batter will feel she missed out. That was Wade. Another one, but only punched to the fielder at covers. With 5 balls in and only managing a single in this over. Very decent bowling. And she's castled there. Nisima Peace is not kept at bay for long. Picks up the wicket of Immaculate Nandera, who had no answers and played all around that. Very brilliant piece of bowling there. Nisima Peace keeping the wickets in play.
What a good delivery this has been. Zipping the batter through, found herself in a hodgepodge of whether to come forward and reach the top, the bounce of the ball, or really go back. But the ball wasn't sure to go on the back foot. Found herself and played in a wrong position, an awkward position to play that, because it really rushed her, coming back into her. Good delivery from Nisima. But a good over it has been. A wicket from it. And now it is Ichmar Josephine who comes in at number 6. We saw her coming in at number 7 in the first game and didn't contribute to her team's success. And now she comes in at number 6. A season opener for Ulira High School. And Divine Nyamir knows her so well. But it will be Ritam Samali on strike taking on the off spinner. I won't be surprised to see Ritam Samali going for that slog sweep she fancies so much. But starts off with just dropping it. But a good dot ball to start the over for Divine Nyamir.
I think the captain in Ritam Samali has to hold this inning together if they are to set a commanding total here. She has to really, really dig deep, rotate the strike, stick around for a while, and then probably maximize towards the end. But it's a very long. That's a chance there. Faint edge to the keeper, and Kevin Awino couldn't hold on to it.
You don't normally see Kevin Awino giving away those chances. But when it is your day, she will drop that catch. Driven hard along the ground. Oh, a misfield there from the experienced player. And they will get the 2 runs. She has really been out of play. I think Maybe she was so comfortable picking up that ball. And Alako, the guilt party. That will bring Rita back on strike. Again, driven hard, but not past Alako this time round. Oh,
Brilliant bowling there from Divine, keeping out of the hitting arc of Ritam Samali. With that dot, ends the 8th over, leaving the score at 36 for 4 for Bunyonyi Warriors.
physical features were one of the crucial things that were used to demarcate boundaries for nations, and Bunyonyi Lake is one of that creature that separates Uganda from Rwanda. So does DRC Congo, but a volcanic lake there formed by volcanicity. And now we're here, Nisima coming in to bowl her second. Flighted up in the air, that would have gone under the bat, but they get one run.
Nisima here is giving the batters hard times with her line and length. The batters are finding it pretty hard to put her away. Flights one through, and Rita can only manage to pick up a single at long off. Nisima is not afraid to loop one up in the air, asking the batters, hit me over. And thus looking to create chances. Chuma pulls one to mid-wicket to pick up a single.
One thing the Avengers have done so well is control the boundaries. We last saw the last boundary coming in at the third over. In the third over, that's when the last boundary was scored. But from there on up to the 9th over, it has been silent, a casual passage of play, and 3 runs from the 9th over. 39 for 4 is the score.
It will be change of ends for Akiteng Sarah. She'll be bowling from the Ginger Road end after she had bowled her first over from the Shell end. The captain Fiona Kulume taking all the pace out of this game, telling her slow bowlers, it is your time. Get the work done here, squeezing on, no boundaries, no extras, just tightening the grip on the Warriors' innings. Akiteng starts off with a short out delivery, and Ichuma hits it, pulls it through, and they manage to pick up a couple of runs. Deep square leg.
Misfield there at fine leg, short fine leg, allows the batters to run through for a single.
Sarah Akteng, in 4 overs she played for the Victoria Pals in the Easter Women's T20 Cup, picked 13 wickets, the best figure of 6 for 4, rather for 5, a total of 13 wickets. How good was she with the ball? And now she comes in to bowl with, for her side, with so much confidence. And we saw how she controlled the innings. Everything was seeming to be in flow for the Warriors. But since this time round, not carrying to the field at short fine leg, we saw Rita Msamali giving out a catch in that exact area. This time round, the ball doesn't carry, but Akteng is really doing decently so far, despite not picking out the wickets. But she's having a decent over in the making.
Fortunate, I tell you, personally, I would like to see Akiteng slow the ball down a little bit more. Just like the counterpart in, just like that. Slow it down a little bit, throw it up, entice the batters to hit you down the ground. Just like Nisima Peace. Very different bowlers, especially in terms of the ball speed. So probably she might get more patches off the surface and pick up a couple of wickets. It will be change of ends for Divine. She'll be bowling from the shell end. And it's the halfway mark, 10 overs. Score is at 42 for 4 for the Bunyonyi Warriors.
Ooh, fine edge there. No slip. No slip whatsoever, and I wouldn't encourage one. But the umpire indicates a bye there. You wonder whether it hit the pad, but a good delivery. Another push, direct throw would be so much appreciated, but another single, 2 runs in 2 balls. Defending Nyamir is trying to float the balls up in the air. Like you said, bowling them slow. Look at that. Real slow in the air.
It's the slow balls that are really challenging to the batters. You're literally asking them to use their own energy to hit it out of the park. That's how the slow bowlers have been so effective in the women's game. Just like that, very difficult to put away. And you can also realize that the more she slows down the ball, she's getting more patches off the surface. Lovely, lovely, lovely piece of bowling there. They can only manage to pick up 2 runs in this over. Brilliant bowling from the Avengers.
Yeah, 11 overs done. 4-4-4-4 is the score. So after 11 overs, the run rate is at 4 and over. A run rate that started at 8 and over. After 3 overs, we thought that it would mount to, it will take us to 160. But look at the way how things have changed. for the Warriors. The bowlers, the spinners have done a decent job. They've come in and silenced everything. Sarah Stein continuing to bowl her third. On the onside there, will pick up 1 run. Melissa Arekot on long on. Nyamiro mid wicket and Alako long off. This will be Alako's ball at long off. Stop it for 1 run. Not played so well there, Ritam Samali, but she gets the 1 run.
You see, when Sarah pushes the ball through, it's so easy for the batter to come up straight and push. The keeper didn't know where the ball had gone there. There was a chance to catch. So did the batter.
It happens to the best of you when you're putting the helmet on. You tend to lose the sight of the ball when it goes over that grill of the helmet. Another good over in the making. 1 more ball for Sarah Chiteng. Ritam Samal has been so silent in the middle there, playing 21 balls but only scoring 8 runs. And after 12, 48 for 4. A bowling change. Melissa Ariakot, the captain for Olida High School, the runners-up in the Girls Schools Week tournament, now coming in to bowl from the shell end. To her counterpart, teammate Josephine Ichimar. These two have really played so many games, and now they know themselves so well. But in cricket, you don't even need to know someone. A good ball is always a good ball. Starts off with a wet delivery there. Melissa Record blaming the hand there, going astray. You can see the stretches there from Melissa.
Fortunate. I do wonder what the captain is thinking. Bring on the seamer when the spinners have been very effective on this wicket. You got Sarah Akiteng. You got Peace Nsima. You got Divine Namir. All slow bowlers and very effective. I wonder why you would bring in a medium pacer at this time.
Yeah, very well said, Robert. 5 bowlers have been used so far. Make that 6 when you bring in Melissa, because the 5 bowlers really did decently. The likes of the captain, Kulume, the likes of Okelo Ruth, they did so well. And again, the spinners came in and controlled everything. Why do you bring in the 5th bowler? And we saw the first game and the first inning of the strikers where they used 10 bowlers, rather the Warriors themselves, they used 10 bowlers. Even the idea of this tournament to bring in players from all over the world, rather all over the country, and give them time to play. So I think it is all about creating time for the players and giving them the game time. Hit so hard this time round. Hit on the body. You can't see that without wincing. She's in a little bit of pain, rubbing her hand on the chest there. Hope she's okay.
Fortunate. Maybe on the other hand, I would look at it in this sense of Malisa Ariokot. Chance there, but the keeper can't hold on to it. Missed opportunity, but a very good try from Kevin Awino. Just as I was saying before that ball, I'll look at it in the sense that the captain thinks Malisa Ariokot has got that extra pace that can easily trouble the batters, as we have already seen a couple of balls hitting the batters and then creating this chance, rushing the batters on. So we can look at it as a wicket picking option. So that's pretty understandable in that sense.
Yeah, despite the number of runs that were scored off the spinners, but look at the number of wickets that the spinners picked. 2 wickets, so did the pace bowlers. So you feel that maybe the things are evenly poised. You bring the spinners, pick 2 wickets, and you bring the pace bowlers, maybe they also pick an equal number of wickets. And again, like you said, intimidating the batters. She has done, as we have seen, the umpires held up play because Ichimar wasn't comfortable after being hit. So later on, we saw Rita Tamsamali being hit on the chest. So it's all about that extra pace, like you said.
With the wicket quickening up, definitely that pace, extra pace comes into play. You look at the batters, not very comfortable facing the express pace from Malisa Ariokot. But it's 13 overs gone, and the score stands at 52 for 4 for the Bunyonyi Warriors. It will be change of ends for Nisima Peace, the slow left-arm spinner. After that quick over from Malisa Ariokot, very contrasting play here, from quick to very slow bowling. That creates a big challenge for the batters to adjust.
So we saw the spinners being so economical, but one thing that I didn't see from the batters is trying to do something to do with the batters, to think about the bowlers were bowling too slow, flating the balls up in the air. Try and do something, at least come down the track and reach the bounce of the ball, or move across the crease and create some different gaps. So we haven't seen all those initiatives being done. The creativity hasn't been so great from the batters. They have just looked at playing casually and waiting for the bad balls, which bad ball the bowlers haven't given on many occasions. And Nisima is doing so well. 5 runs in the last 2.1 overs. Her lane has really been so good, but the pace at which she's bowling to has been the difference. Going across the lane this time round. Oh, the fumble will give them 2. And they will get the 2 runs. Trying to pick the ball with one hand there in the deep. And that gives Ritam Samali a couple of 2 runs. And brings her total to 12. This time round, going deep on the back foot, trying to cut hard. But Sarah Sting has really been so good at that point. We saw that magical cut she took against Immaculate Natisui. And that's a dot ball to finish up the over. And after 14, the score reads 56 for the loss of 4. Melissa Raycourt will continue from the shell end. Ball decently. Give away a couple of extras, but the dot balls were so good from her. The pace was good to watch. Played so away there from each mat.
This is a very good partnership it's starting to be from Ritam Samali and Ichuma Josephine. That would be Wade. A partnership of over 24 runs now from these two steadying the ship. At least one of them should bat through, if not all of them should bat through to get a respectable total on board. Chance of a run out here, but Ichuma is well in. Very good running between the wickets.
You talked about the partnership, Robert. Much respected at the moment, given the way how the 3 wickets fell. You saw that they were struggling to get the partnership, but the 25 runs partnership is what the Warriors need at the moment. Like you said, one of them should really play out. Maybe Ritam Samali, because we know she can go big in the later. She just has to allow herself to play time. Maybe start attacking in the 16th or 17th over. If they continue to play like this and reach the 16th over, they will have leverage to go after the ball.
Beaten all ends up by the pace of Melissa Ariokot. That looked pretty sharp and quick for Josephine to handle. That was always bound to happen. Melissa is really bowling with some wheels here. Full and straight, hitting middle stump. Unyonyi Warriors lose their 5th wicket. After that very impressive partnership of 25. And with that wicket, it brings the all-rounder Patricia Malmekia to the crease to join her captain in Ritam Samali. They really need to build something, and Rita has to bat all through to get a decent total on board.
We talked about the partnership, and later on we jinxed Ichmar. We hope that the partnership had stayed, and the wicket for Ichmar marked wicket number 5 for Winyonyi, and 60 runs on board. And it is Malisa Records who answers the call to break the partnership. Now into the tail end. The all-rounder coming in at number 7. We saw how hard she fought in that 1-wicket win against Victoria Strikers. Now the Warriors will need her fight once more. She stood tall, played for long, played patiently, and now with 2 more balls, and that will be a dot ball to finish up the over. Malisa's 2 overs, going for 8 runs and picking 1 wicket. 15 for the loss of 5 wickets. Rather 15 overs, 5 wickets falling, 60 runs on board.
Nisima Peace will bowl out her overs. She has been impressive, picking up a wicket and being pretty economical. Starts up with 1 floated on the offside, and Rita manages to pick up a single. Peace has bowled 3.1 overs, conceding only 9 runs and picking up a wicket. She will look to close out her overs, probably picking up a couple of wickets. She's a brave girl, floats 1 up in the air. Patricia plays and misses. Decent bowling here from Peace Nisima.
She misses her lane on this occasion, and they're trying to take on 2, and they get the 2 runs. Get a feeling that this time round she isn't so precise with the lane. She bowls it down the leg and just helped it on its way, but good enough. There is protection at the boundary. Another flight in the air. Shot this time round, but on the onside. So hard for Malemikia to put away, despite trying to go hard after that.
Patricia keeps that out, and that marks the end of a brilliant spell from Nisima Peace, picking up a wicket, conceding only 10 runs in her 4 overs. The score stands at 62 for 5 in 16 overs. Credit goes to the development officer and coach of Masindi region, Bunyoro region, Businge Patrick. Produced a couple of fine talents here. Nisima Peace, Nyangoma Mariam, the left-arm seamer we saw in the morning. Very good talent there from the Bunyoro region. Divine Yamir will bowl her last over. She has bowled 3 overs, conceded only 5 runs. A very economical spell. Down on one knee is Ritam Samali and manages to pick up a couple of wickets. A couple of runs hit to the square leg area. She really does fancy the sweep shot. It's very productive, especially with the pace of Divine. You have all the time to go down, wait for the ball and lap it over.
Standing tall on this occasion. And passing it to a cover fielder. I tell you, Rita has really been quiet in the middle there. Playing behind square this time round. The deep square leg fielder. Picking it for only 1 run. He talked about how well the spinners have bowled. Talk about Sarah Chiteng, who has bowled 3 overs and went for only 11 runs. Nyamir Divine Gabriel bowling 3 and going for only 5. And now Nisima, who finished her spell and went for only 10 runs. You get a feeling that the spinners have really done so well. They have been economical. The lanes that they have hit have really been so good. And it's the reason as to why the score reads 66. They've made sure that they contain the runs. Looking at the number of boundaries that have been scored, we last saw the boundary in the 3rd over, and now everything seems to have come back to in control. Talk of the boundary, this could be one. Oh no, slow outfield like we've seen throughout today, but they will take a couple of runs. 3 runs they take, and the spell for Divine Nyamir comes to a halt. A very good spell she has had. 12 runs from it, and that will be an economy of 3. "17 overs done and dusted. 70 runs on board for the loss of 5 wickets. Sarah Chiteng to bowl her last over. Goes for a sweep shot. This could be pitching down the leg. The throw is to the right end, but not direct. That will be a bye signaled. Talk about the extras bowled in this inning. 13 extras bowled so far. So many, I suppose, in my own opinion. Wrapped her this time round. Brought her to play on the front foot and getting that patch off the surface. Very good to watch from the left hander and picking the 7th wicket. She has been done by Sarah Chiteng there.
Look at that replay. Beaten all ends up. Patricia pitching on leg stump, turns away a bit to castle into the off stump. 6 wickets down, and the score stands at 71 in 17.2 overs. Akiteng has been economical but with no reward, but this time manages to pick up a wicket. The spinners have really had grip on this game. Not so many runs have been scored. Not even a single boundary has been scored off the spinners. So it tells you how much slow bowling has been troubling the batters.
And the new batter, the hero in the morning game, Nyangoma steps in after being promoted to number 8. She batted at number 11. And now being promoted at number 8 after that beautiful straight drive that gave the Warriors the first victory. And now she's promoted, facing at Teng, taking a low stance there, helped on its way, just hoped she'll get 2 runs. The chase is on. She gets off the mark and still talking about the stance. She's really down and wide stance off the spinner.
That was called a wade actually from the umpire, Sharon Athola. So that setup of the left-hander and the right-hander giving trouble to the bowler. Tossed up in the air, but drops the pads. No much room to play with.
Here, and in the commentary box, I'm Aljuna Fortunate with
lovely pass there from Mariam. Very good courage.
And the run rate went down. And here it is, Malemekia bowling her second over. Decent lane there. To bowl it outside off stump to make sure that you play with your fielders, because anything that is hit on the onside there isn't protection, and that's where she has bowled the two balls. That's what I'm talking about. You have to correct your lane. The chase is on this time round. Should get the 2 runs. You doubt the field settings here. The bowler seems not to be comfortable with the field that is set for her, because she has played with the pads on this occasion 3 times now, and again no field settings or no field change has been implemented. Tough, soft touch there. I tell you, Kevin is looking to be in control at the moment. She's playing so well. She didn't have a good outing in the Easter Women's T20 Cup in Entebbe. She didn't score runs, but now she's looking decent. She's already into the double figures. A soft touch there, direct hit will work. Oh, and there it is. The direct hit from Nandera. You call for the direct hit, she answers. She did so well to run the non-striker there, coming to the striker's end. And the wicketkeeper seems to be in some discomfort there. The ball must have ricocheted from the stump and ended to her tummy on her tummy. But a much needed wicket there. They needed that breakthrough. Like it has been the order of the day. A wicket falling in the power play. We saw 3 falling in the first innings for the strikers, Victoria Strikers. 2 fell in the second innings, rather 1 fell in the second innings for the Warriors. And now today in the afternoon, 3 fell for only 33 runs in the first innings. And now the first wicket falls in the 3rd over for the Avengers. But Esther Ilok is up on her feet. The physio has done a great job. And now Alako comes in at number 3. Tell you, it hasn't really been a good outing for. It hasn't been a good outing for the youngster. It is another spinner, another slow bowler bowling from the Ginger Road end. But one thing I observed with the Warriors bowling was how they used their bowlers. All the 10 fielders on the pitch, with the exception of the wicket keeper, they all got a chance to bowl. So ideally you get a sense that everyone on the team can bowl. They don't have specific roles, so they have batted all. And now everyone has to bowl as well. Starts off with a good delivery there. Really full. Melissa can't get under that. She will love to get under the ball. Soft touch there, really soft. Played around the pad and picking up that single. We talked about 11 extras being bowled in the first inning. And now we only see 1 extra so far. It tells you that the bowlers have done decently to cut out that extra option. Oh, another soft touch, trying to just play with the inner fielders. I tell you, the new bowler doing decently. Hanifa Noreen already bowling 3. Flighted, oh, not put so much to use there. Most times you need to stand in a great position. To play any shot, you need to be in a great position. You could see that Kevin tried to rotate and found herself not in a great position to hit that ball away. But Hanifa gets the last laugh there. Tell you, the field at point has really been so good. But this time round, Ichmar, oh, not timing her dive. The ball going past her arms. And the fielder, Immaculate Nandera, doing so well. But Ichmar tried to dive for the ball and just dived over the ball. And that will be the end of the power play. And after power play, 22 for 2 is the score. Get a feeling that the bowlers have done decently, given that the first inning we saw 33 for 3 after the power play, and now 20 for 2. You get that the Warriors had a better power play despite losing 1 more wicket, but they had more runs, 11 runs ahead.
Played down the ground for a single to long off. Malisa Ariokot trying to build a partnership here with Kevin Awino. Big shot to mid wicket. They're looking to take two here. And two it is. Very brilliant running in between the wickets by Kevin Awino and Malisa Ariokot. They both understand each other pretty well, having played together in the Victoria Pulse. Asmina Krut bowling full and straight to the stumps, and Kevin Awino equal to the task. Punches it down the ground but can't manage to pierce through the gaps. Tap and run but can't manage to pick up the single. 2 dots in a row. The pressure builds up. Sweep shot. They'll look to take on 2. Yes, Kevin says yes. Good running. And the umpire calls it not out. Brilliant running in between the wickets. They managed to pick up a couple of runs here. With those 2 runs, they take Kevin Awino to 20 of 25 balls. She's going to be a key player in this run chase. If the Choga Avengers are to chase this down. Drop and run, soft hands from Kevin Awino here. Dubs one to show third man, and they managed to scamper through for a single. And with that single, marks the end of the 7th over. The score at 29 for 2 after 7 for the Choga Avengers. The Choga Avengers still require 65 runs of 13 overs. Nasifa Noreen will continue bowling from the Ginger Road end. Her first over went for 5 runs. Kevin stands tall, punches one to covers, but can't manage to pierce through. Very well flighted it there in the air, enticing the batter to come forward and punch the ball, but Kevin Awino can only manage to get a dot ball. Down on the sweep, managed to run through for a single. Kevin Awino is a very busy player. She plays all around the field. She loves the sweep shot. And it is very effective against the off spinners of Hanifa Noreen. Big heave across the line, but Malisa misses the ball completely. I think all Malisa needs to do is rotate the strike, play around with Kevin Awino, build a good partnership. Big shot to mid wicket. Chance to catch, but the fielder can't make it there. They managed to run through for a single. I think that's all that Malisa really needs to do. Rotate the strike, stay around with Kevin Awino. Give yourselves chance. Take the game deep. Down the sweep. Another single taken. Keep rotating the strike. And runs will definitely come by. The scoreboard keeps ticking. 8 overs down. Score is at 32 runs for 2. The current run rate being at 4 runs and over. But the Choga Avengers will require slightly a higher required run rate of around 4.5 and over if they are to chase this down. There is a bowling change. Much like Nakisui comes into ball from the shell end. Kevin on the sweep again. They are running hard, but they can only manage to pick up a single. Something that you will get from Kevin Awino is always rotating the strike. She will sweep all day long against the spinners. She is at 24 of 31 balls. Let dab from Malisa, and they pick up a single. That's brilliant play from the two, trying to build up a solid partnership that could guide Chogat over the line in this second match of the Great Lakes Women's T20 tournament. It is the Bunyonyi Warriors against the Choga Avengers. Big shot, chance to catch in mid-wicket, but it's on the bounce, and they managed to pick up a single.
Yes, Robert, you talked about the partnership. At the moment being at 21, Malisa contributing 9, whereas Kevin contributing 12. You get a sense that they are trying as much as possible to control the innings now, which thing the Warriors wouldn't love. They need to break this partnership as much as possible. Malisa record really good and quick on the back foot, opening the hip there, trying to go on the onside, and the heavy protection, 3 on the onside, deep extras, rather deep mid wickets, deep square leg and long on, because they know she will love to go there.
Lovely shot through the covers. It's a short ball, and Malisa is quick on that with a cut shot. Slaps it through covers and manages to pick up a boundary to end the over.
Yeah, you have to really be so good with the lanes that you hit. But after 9 overs, the score is 39 for the loss of 2 wickets. 55 more runs required in 11 overs. bowling change. The captain, Rita Musamali, coming to bowl from the Ginger Road end. We saw her bowling in the first innings, rather first game. Now she comes in to bowl the 10th over, bowling to Kevin Awino. Hit so hard. The chase is on. This could roll to the boundary for a 4. And the welcoming boundary there for Rita. Comes into the attack and she's taken on straight away. Beautiful shot there from Kevin.
Short and wide, and Kevin capitalizes on that. You don't want to give these batters width because they will definitely take you on.
Yeah, looking at the attacking field that they are using, the restrictions aren't on there. You're allowed to have 4 fielders, but she's only going for 3 fielders. Take the deep extra covers into play. But no, she doesn't do that, and she has to suffer for that. She's the captain, so you don't blame anyone other than yourself. And now they are trying to make some field changes. We are yet to see Dvain Yamir. Rather, we are yet to see Dvain Yamir coming in. We are yet to see so many batters for Avengers to come in. But these two have really done so well. They are doing the carnage at the moment, given that the 2 wickets that fell, all of them didn't score any run. So it has been Kevin Awino and Melissa who are trying to score runs for their side. Kevin at 29 from 33. So you need to do something for Kevin. The captain needs to think of something to pick a wicket at the moment. There will be a holding play here. The umpires will have a chat amongst themselves, between themselves. I don't know what could be happening here.
Play will resume. Another lovely cover drive there. It's running to the boundary. Will the fielders cut it off? Heavy outfield, and they're taking on the arm of the fielder. They managed to pick 3 runs there.
I tell you, Robert, Warriors has suffered 7 runs because of one decision. Get the deep extra covers in play and hit those lanes. Not a bad lane, but the field settings here is what is to be questioned. And now after suffering 7 runs, they think of the solution, bringing in the deep extra covers. Had she been there all along, maybe the score will be 7 runs short, or maybe 5 runs short.
Another short ball, short and wide. Malisa Riokot capitalizes and picks up another boundary. Very costly over here that has gone for 11 runs already with 2 balls to play. Brilliant batting from these two. Partnership of over 35 runs.
Yeah, despite having the deep extra covers in play, this time round playing it wide, rather square, wide from the deep extra covers, she will have a long distance to cover. So 11 runs in this over. What an expensive over this is turning out to be. And she'll be happy with that dot ball. But already the damage has been done. So the dot balls won't hurt them in any way possible.
It's the 50 runs mark for the Choga Avengers. Lovely tap and run. A throw, a wayward throw. And the batters are quick on their feet. They managed to pick up the second. Very, very good awareness from Kevin Awino and Malisa Ariakot. With that double, the double will end the 10th over, and we are at the halfway mark, where the Choga Avengers are at 52 runs for 2. Fortunate, I tell you, with this game of cricket being funny, one of these two batters has to really, really bat deep and see her team across the line. We did see in the morning match, the moment the strikers broke the partnership of Matchlight Nakisui and Nandera Immaculate, they did have a very shaky period of play. So you would want to avoid that. At least have someone that is already set to stick around and see the team over the line without creating much panic.
Yeah, very well said there. Very well said. Because the partnership is threatening so much. It has now gone to 39 runs between these two. So the conundrum at the moment is, where can we get the wicket? And they still trust Immaculate Nachisui to come in and bowl. Maybe with her experience bowling from round the wicket to play with the stumps every time. Maybe if she picks a wicket or two, everything will now come back to their favor. Oh, the wicket-keeper should have done better, don't you think?
That was a good chance of a stumping there, but it would need very quick reflexes. Probably Esther would have stayed down a bit longer. Kevin is back down for the sweep shot. Managed to get a top edge and pick up a single. Shot fine leg.
Yeah, most times when you are sweeping the ball, you rule out chances of being beaten. When you tame the ball, it is always to the batter's favor. Whether the ball is turning or skipping straight, most times the batter has an advantage of playing that. And it is the reason as to why Kevin is looking so well, because she's sweeping so well and she hasn't been beaten so many times.
Cut through the point gap. The batters are running hard in between the wickets, and they managed to pick up a couple of runs. These two have a very good understanding of each other's game, that they managed to pick up gaps and very quick in between wickets. That's why I say this partnership is the key partnership of this match.
Look at that delivery there from Immaculate, flating it up in the air, knows that Melissa has an ego trying to hit the ball, but in the end, she doesn't connect with it. A dot ball to finish up the over, and after 11 overs, 55 for 2 is the score. 39 runs required in the next 9 overs.
Asmin Nakrut will be bowling from the Ginger Road, and the captain senses that she does need to break this partnership. She goes to her bowler, who can bowl as straight as possible and keep the stumps in play. We got 3 fielders on the boundary. Mid wicket, fine leg, and the sweeper covers. Kevin goes for the sweep again. The manages to pick one at fine leg.
Having 34 runs, Kevin. This being the highest individual score in this tournament so far. We saw 32 from Immaculate Nachisui in the first game, and now Kevin at 34. She's batting decently. She has played every ball on merit. We haven't seen her trying to go for big shots. Everything has been flowing so flawless for her.
Easy run out there. Needless running from Kevin Awino. Marisa tips one off the hips to mid wicket, straight to the fielder, but Kevin has already set off from her crease. All the fielder had to do was throw that ball underarm to the bowler, and they complete the run out. Very needless from the batters.
Looking at the way how things unfolded there, I think they had spoke to themselves that I'm going to drop the ball down the leg, and there is a chance of us taking off. And the moment she played the ball down the leg, Kevin had already gone past the halfway stage of the wicket, and she couldn't turn back because the ball was really direct, and the fielder didn't have to do anything, just to throw it underarm. And Kevin will have to depart for only 34 runs from 39. A well-deserved wicket, but most importantly, she did so well. A new batter comes in, a number 5 for the Avengers, and there will be a fuel change for her. But most importantly, it is Malik still on strike. They sense that the deep extra covers has been idle at the boundary. They bring her back in the 30. And that inner circle of 25 yards could be really small. Dropping the ball and taking off could always be problematic to the batters, like we saw earlier for Kevin.
The new batter to join Malisa Riokot is Namido Mary. A very capable batter as well.
You talk of Nyamir Mary, the only Centurion, the only Centurion in the Girls Schools Week tournament in Gulu. Oh, sorry, Namiro. I was taken away by Kongea Tracy, but it is Namiro. Starting off with a dot ball, and after 12 overs, 57 for the loss of 3. Namiro Mary, a player for Ginger Senior Secondary School, coming in at number 5 for the Avengers. And now a bowling change, rather continuing from the shell end, is Immaculate Natsui. Straighter this time round, but up on the pads. The umpire indicates a dot ball there.
Immaculate Nakisui doing a fine job, but the Choga Avengers will need to rebuild and make a very decent partnership. These two, Namiro Mary and Malisa Ariokot. Drop and run. They managed to pick up a single at mid-wicket.
Yeah, that could be the difference. The spinner is bowling, the ball won't really go fast to the mid-wicket fielder, but this, contrary to the last wicket that we saw with Kevin, it was a Akrut who has a little bit
That is it down the ground, and they call for 2. Chance for a run out, but the bowler was not close to the stump and the throw wasn't as good. They managed to pick up 2. Malisa Ariokot is on the charge here, already at 26 of 34 balls. She is the key wicket. Lovely cut shot through covers again. Looking to take on 2. Chance of a run out. And the Choga Avengers managed to lose their 4th wicket through a run out. There was no need of running 2 here. But Malisa Ariokot gets herself run out. But brilliant throw from the deep from Mariam Nyangoma to get rid of the set batter, Malisa Ariokot. Her innings ends at 27 of 35 balls. Choga Avengers stand at 63 for 4 now. Still requiring 31 runs in 6.4 overs. The Warriors will feel they're back into the game with 2 relatively new batters in. They should be able to apply more pressure here to pick up a couple of wickets, and their game will be hanging in balance here. Fiona Kulume, the captain of the Choga Avengers, makes it to the crease to replace Malisa Aliokot. You can sense the tension in the middle. The two new batters under pressure after losing back-to-back wickets of the set batters. Full toss, heaved to mid-wicket, and the batters are trying to run to the fielder, messes it up, and it runs down to the boundary.
Oh, really?
Welcome boundary for the Choga Avengers.
Really good start there for the captain to get into her accounts with the boundary. But thanks has to go to the fielder in the deep there for having given away that boundary. As far as she's disappointed with herself, she knows that she would have done better because she had covered the ground. But after 13 overs, 14 overs, 70 is the score. "24 runs required in the next 6 overs. We talked about the wickets falling, more so of the set batters. So you have to think of the bowlers. Like we saw that boundary on the last ball, not the best deliveries that you'll bowl to the new bowler batters that will set them up. So you have to bring in the good bowlers and try to make sure that you get the batters when they haven't set themselves. This time round squared her up there, so the ball could end on her bat, but squared her up. Really good start there.
And that's a wide. At this moment in time, you wouldn't want your bowlers to be offering freebies in wides.
Talking about the extras, we haven't seen especially so many extras in this inning, though the batters have been really doing so great. But we've seen loose balls. The short balls have been there. The full balls we've seen. So it is the question of the lanes that the bowlers have hit, and the the field settings as well could be questionable.
I think the slow bowlers of the Warriors have bowled a lot of short and wide deliveries, where the Avengers batters have capitalized.
Talking about the way how the slow bowlers have bowled, looking at the slow bowlers for the Warriors: Asmina Krut, Hanifa, Noreen. This time round hit hard. Nandera couldn't stop that in the field, and it's another boundary. Immaculate Natsui, coming back to my point, is that they have really been. And now it will be another slow bowler. Ball from the Ginger Road end. You will have to forgive us on our graphics. The technical team is trying to make sure that everything aligns, but the score reads 72 for the loss of 4 wickets. The sweep shot there coming in from Namiro. She played it so well despite going to the field at the deep. Oh, that could give them 1 run. But they weren't interested in taking it because the ball was still live, in my opinion.
Spirit of the game, Fortunate. Spirit of the game, my brother.
You take the runs the way they come. Desperate times.
That is lofted straight down the ground. And the batters managed to scamper through for a couple of runs. Brilliant running there. Good awareness. You can look at Fiona Kulume, the captain. Every time the bowler has tossed one up, she has managed to apply her long levers down the ground, pick up a couple of runs. No much pressure, just rotating the strike. After 16 overs, the score stands at 76 for 4.
The last 24 balls. 19 runs required. Eh, 19 required in 24. Still, the game is evenly poised. Given you get a couple of dot balls from here, you keep the boundary options out of reach for the batters. The bowlers will be in a good place. But the lanes that you hit are also so important. See how many short balls have been bowled by the slow bowlers. They haven't asked the batters to come on the front foot to drive. Most of them have been freebies, short balls, full tosses. And they have capitalized on those. The score 76 on board after 16.1.
Big heave into the gap. The batters are calling for 2, and 2 they will get indeed. The fielders' shoulders have really dropped down with this partnership that is aggressive, running aggressively, scoring runs, rotating the strike. That is very important for the Choga Avengers.
So bowling so to the right-handers. 3 on the onside at the boundary, flighting it up in the air. The skipper does so well. But she was really quick coming back into the crease. The umpire thinks so. But that was clever. Trying to flight it up in the air and lure her into playing a big shot there.
The right-handed batters are hitting to the bigger side of the ground. That's why she is able to toss one up. Short ball, but not fully punished. The batters will take only a single.
We talked about controlling the runs, which is seeming to be so difficult for the Warriors at the moment, with the runs being less a run and over. Oh, that's not needed. I think that was not needed because the backup wasn't really there. Had it gone past the wickets, they would have licked a couple of runs.
And after 17 overs, the score stands at 80 runs for 4. This has proven to be a very productive partnership, able to rotate strike and putting the fielders under pressure. The running between the wickets has been very immaculate. Bowling the 18th over is Asmina Krut from the Ginger Road end.
"18 more balls, 14 more runs required." Asmina Krut coming in to bowl to the tall Fiona, played so well to get that one run. I tell you, every single is gold dust at the moment for the Avengers, because they need less than a run a ball.
There is no need of high-risk shots here. All they got to do is rotate the strike, look for those gaps, run hard in between the wickets, and the pressure will get back to the bowlers and the fielders. Drop and run. That's a single. The fielders very slow on their feet. The batters are very clever, soft hands, very intelligent cricket.
I would love to see an attacking field at the moment. Maybe try and bring the long on and long off in the circle. Try to force the batters to go over you, and make sure that you don't give them easy singles in the inner ring, and try to build pressure on the batters. Which thing isn't looking to be easy? A good effort there from Nandera. She did so well to stop that ball for only one. She has really been so vivid at point there.
Choga Avengers still require 11 runs. That's hit into the gap. Very good fielding for the captain, Rita Samali, at long on. They managed to pick up a couple of runs. And the required runs are under 10 now. They require 9 more runs for victory. The Choga Avengers, they require 9 runs from 2 overs. That is 12 balls. I tell you, this game is going to the wire.
Into single figures now. 4.5 is the required run rate. What could happen if one over goes for a maiden from here? And that is the question, or one thing that the Warriors will love so much, and it is the experienced, immaculate Natsui coming in to pull the penultimate over. making sure that the fielders are in the right areas. Deep extra covers, deep mid wickets, deep square leg, and the long on at the four fielders. Short fine leg and flying point at the fielders behind square. Deep extra covers has been changed for the long on, rather long off, making sure that they really position themselves in those areas. Oh, this is into the gap. Oh, good fielding there for Nanderi Matchlet with her weak hand at the right to stop the ball because she was going past the ball really quick, but they get the 2 runs.
It is 7 from 11 balls. And Fiona Kulume, the captain of the Choga Avengers, is on strike. That's played to mid-wicket for a dot ball. The fielders can feel the pressure, the batters can feel the pressure, so does the bowler. It's the game on the line. Pulled to mid-wicket. How many can they get? Brilliant fielding from Nandera. The batters can only manage to run through for a 1.
She has really been busy in the deep there. It's like the ball is chasing after her, not her chasing the ball, because she has really done decently. Her fielding has been really superb. She's covering a long boundary, big areas to cover. And this is the breakthrough. The much needed breakthrough there. Flighting it up in the air and picking the much deserved wicket of Mary Namiro. What a turning point this is seeming to be. They needed an over that they can pick a wicket, and more so that can go less than 4 runs. And this is the over that is in the making. Now there should be discussion of how can we go after Divine Nyamir coming in. A long lever batter. She can hit a long ball too. But now she comes in with pressure. What can she do? She did so well with the ball.
The team that holds their nerve best can only get over the line. It is that time that make big players. Names like Immaculate Nakisui coming on to bowl the 19th over and manages to break the big partnership that was putting them under pressure. And the score is 88 for 5. They still require more 6 runs. Tossed up in the middle and hit down the ground to pick up a single. Trying to run through for the second, but the captain says no. I will handle this. She holds the streak. They require 5 more runs in the last 7 balls. What can the captain do, Fiona Kulume? Goes big, but can't middle it. They're running in for 2. Good throw, but the batters managed to scamper through for a couple of runs. Choga Avengers require 3 more runs here in the last over. Very, very close games here we're having. Day 1 serving us very interesting cricket. It is the Great Lakes T20 tournament for the women. here at Lugogo Cricket Oval, Kampala.
Picking 3 runs in the last over. Looks to be so easy for the Avengers, but defending 3 runs in the last over looks to be swimming across Kyoga for the Warriors. A miracle has to happen from here on. A wicket has to be intimate. So intimate they need to get the dot balls. Goes up, but will land in the no man's land there and pick 1 run. The captain, who has faced so many balls, is now on strike. 2 more runs to go. 1 run for the game to tie.
Fiona Kulume, the captain, hits 1 to mid-wicket to tie the match. Now she's sure that we can't lose this. They require 1 more run to win of 4 balls. Devin hits 1 across to the deep mid-wicket area to pick up a boundary. And with that boundary seals the win for the Choga Avengers over the Bunyonyi Warriors. It is another interesting game here we've had that ends in the final over. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. Every team gave in a fight, but it is the Choga Avengers that get over the line.
They started off so well with Kevin Awino leading from the front, scoring 34 runs from 39 balls. But the 2 batters in the middle there, Akidi Susan and Proskovia Lako, went without troubling the scorers. But then came in a stable batter, Melissa Reiko, who made sure that she steadied the ship, scoring 27 runs from 35 balls. Mary Namiro did so well, fought for her wicket, contributing 16 runs, but the captain fought so hard. Fiona Kurume did so well, scoring 17. Those last hits in the last overs, and it was the captain's effort that made sure that she sees the team past the finishing line. But the bowling was really good, despite not giving so many extras. Only 2 extras they gave. They were not so consistent with the lanes, but the key bowler from the Warriors side, Malemekia, who picked 1 wicket, and Immaculate Natsui also picking 1. The other 3 were all run out, so you get a feeling that the bowlers have to do something. The Warriors need to go back on the drawing board and see what could they have done better. They have won 1 and lost 1, so it's a matter of thinking what they need to do better. And winning by 5 wickets, Kyoga Avengers pick their first victory in this Great Lakes Women's T20 tournament. And we shall be back in action here tomorrow with 2 more games, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. So I hope you liked our coverage and enjoyed our company as we did with your company. And on behalf of the commentary team, Arjuna Robert, and the production team, I, Arjuna Fortunate, sign out. Adios till tomorrow.